Hi, Jim. Can you hear me? Jim? I know you sent me a chat message saying that you wanted to test audio.
That was me testing.
Oh,
I was messaging Jim to see if he could talk real quick, but he got that all figured out.
okay. I saw that he tried screen sharing.
Testing audio. Testing audio from Jim. Thank you, Susan. Perfect.
Let's do it. Y'all ready? Good evening. Hello, everyone, and thanks for coming out. Thank you. I want to call to order our special meeting of Wednesday, December 14th, 2022. We'd like to call the meeting to order with the Pledge of Allegiance led by our Vice Mayor, Merenberg.
All right, well, let's begin.
Let's have it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Village Attorney Wood,
Present.
Village Attorney Trevarthen is joining us via Zoom. Village Manager Scott,
Present.
Councilmember Wagger,
Present.
Councilmember Sonfleur,
Present.
Councilmember Birch,
Present.
Vice Mayor Merenberg,
Present.
Mayor Harris.
Present.
You have quorum.
Thank you. Where are we? The agenda looks so different today. Okay, I would like to go over the order of business today. Does anybody have any changes to the order of business?
Mayor? No changes, but we just wanted to read something into the record for the purposes of, for the record.
Okay.
And so just to make clear, everything that has been presented, discussed, and public comments from the October 18th meeting, those discussions will be incorporated into this meeting, in the record of this meeting, okay?
Okay. I would like to change the order of business where the public comment is after our conversation, if it's the will of the council.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I was going to suggest the same thing, if we could do public comment and after our discussion so that we have time while we're fresh to actually have a discussion.
Okay.
And I would also like us to consider this time to keep in line with our public comment ordinance that after 9 p.m. we stick to 1 minute.
Okay. Do I have, that doesn't have to be a vote. I know. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the agenda with the changes of the order of business?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Item 4A, an ordinance of the Village Council of Miami Shores Village, Florida, amending the Village Comprehensive Plan by amending the future land use map element and future land use map for properties located in Miami Shores Village, providing for transmittal, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This item is brought forth by the Planning and Zoning Director through the Village Manager.
Thank you. Council, comments?
Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry,
I
Mr.
apologize.
Manager. You should have been first. I apologize.
Yes. Madam Mayor and members of the council, along with our residents here and visitors, at this time, Mayor, I'd like to introduce, when we last left off on the comp plan, it was with there was a consensus of council for us to have a workshop. Or some workshops, as it was said specifically at the time. And then we learned that we could have just had one workshop. It was agreed on. And so we brought in a facilitator, professional facilitator, and we had a meeting on November 30th. And we just like to, I know a report was given by the facilitator. His name is Jim Karras. He's on the line. He couldn't join us today, but he's going to give an oral report, a short oral report on what was said, what he garnered, what was gleaned from that meeting on the 30th. Thereafter, we will hear a very short presentation from staff that chronicles everything that has happened since December of 2021 going forward to December of 2022, where we are now. And thereafter, Mayor, we'll just turn it over to you. So at this time, if Mr. Karras is online, then we'll just turn it over to him. Madam Clerk? Thank you.
Testing. Is my audio okay?
Yes.
All right. And can you view my presentation okay?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to present tonight. I want to spend a few minutes recapping our work on the 30th of November. Recall that I was engaged, fully recognizing that you've been working on this generally for a year, to seek solutions or find consensus on the comprehensive plan objectives, and to remember there are several parts of this: the nearer term land use element and land use map, compliance issues, the interrelation with the moratorium, the pending evaluation and appraisal report coming up next year, and the eventual zoning update. As a reminder from my perspective and my ethical and professional commitments, I've spent more years than I like to count in both the legislature, obtaining my master's in planning, as a water manager, regional water manager, working on comprehensive plans, an adjunct professor, and during my master's years studied density in detail to compose a master's thesis. I have for over 15 years been a community planning private consultant, including gaining my certification as a facilitator. My ethical commitment is to both impartiality for the public interest, diversity and inclusivity. I am committed through, as in the AICP code, to the complete community fabric and all of its elements: economy, environment, societal qualities such as quality of life and housing choices. As our fellow planners in the profession, public participation is essential, including those who lack formal organization or influence. On the 30th of last month, we had a very animated session at the Country Club. An estimate of those finally attending was about 150. We had 104 signed in, and as you recall, those who were there on time, and we got a sampling of who was represented that night. We used the Kahoot app to find out that a majority of the residents were residents, that no business owners, 3 landowners, and 19 non-respondents. The scatter diagram, we tried to get a snapshot of who was attending from east, west, and central. And as you can see from this diagram, also included in my report, about 17 in the east, 20 central, and the fewest on the western side, about 11, with 13 non-respondents. We had a majority of longer-term residents, 34 over 20 years, 44 over 10 years, and most of those, a vast majority, were at multiple workshops on prior occasions. A few who attended had not participated or were there for the first time. And from those data and the discussions later in the evening, I would offer that the data nor the group discussions on topics suggested a representative from the village cross-section. In fact, at one time, the group even said, hey, we want to be heard. We're favoring single-family residents, and if it's our bias, then so be it. as the method used and the venue, as you recall, our overall goal was to validate or offer changes to the comprehensive plan policy statements. We offered 10 that were derived from the prior work and tried to simplify wording and concepts so we could have a robust discussion. We were certainly seeking new solutions and ideas from all sectors. We used a modified version of what us facilitators called American Assembly, which is a proven method, including for sometimes very difficult issues. It's in essence a way to sample our support for various policy statements and wording, debate those issues if we disagree, gauge our support by taking our temperature, and then repeat the process. It's iterative. We found that in this large venue with such a robust attendance, ideally we would have asked for more time than the 3 hours that we spent. We failed to reconvene small groups for iterations, and that was by the will of the group. And in my opinion, we had minimal success at wordsmithing toward agreement, as we would normally do in the American Assembly process. A couple of segments here, but you can read from my report as well. As I said before, we did not re-engage the small groups as we would have liked to do for a second or even third round. And some of the groups, since we ran out of time, some of the tables did not have a chance to fully report their discussions. As I wrote also in my report, the audience was generally unified in support of maintaining the single-family character without addition of multifamily or mixed use at the typical intensities often used among planners and designers. And as I said before, the data nor these results don't suggest that the audience was balanced among all sectors of the community. The results, some of the raw results you see here from our infamous blue wall, collecting our ideas and trying to interpret those so we all had a better understanding. I would offer they need more interpretation for specific wording that could be boiled down to policy statements. And a sampling here, which are a cross-section of what was offered in my interpretation and synthesis, is, as mentioned before, leave single-family residential as our predominant land use with some other particulars, omit the assumed long-term economic benefit regarding as what we refer to as 105 Biscayne Boulevard, allow multifamily, though we didn't get to specify with height or other restrictions. For buried properties, allow mixed use without commercial, limited to residential and institutional at a density of 6. For Northeast 2nd, no action was desired, to leave it as is. Some of the technical change, which is to remain as parking designation on the future land use map, and similarly the general and restricted commercial, inserting it to text and the future land use map. Add coastal hazard area. There was some criticism of the population study and even a call for redoing that study, questioning the amount of growth that may be possible in the future, and other ideas such as conducting a referendum on the comp plan changes. There was a single voice, at least, that the comp plan ordinance is the desirable course of action right now, though that was not the predominant opinion at the workshop. And I'll offer some feedback that is before you tonight, that as you consider submitting to the DEO, we would be moving through the EAR, the Evaluation and Appraisal Report process, conditioned on accepting the professional consultant advice that you have to satisfy state law based on public input and analysis. That means that you would move the ordinance forward tonight. We're in, some people say we're in, first base or almost second base, as there are more phases to this process. So we would continue building a public involvement plan which garners input from the widest possible cross-section of the community. And this means moving through the EAR process and zoning as well. In doing so, we would work forward from the inputs we've received, not only the workshop, but the objections, recommendations, and comments report from the state DEO, council discussions, interested and affected sectors, and of course, public input. We would, in that process, be re-examining data and forecasts, such as population and traffic and others. And as a facilitator, it certainly would be my emphasis to facilitate a collegial dialogue among all sectors using various methods that I can recommend to you and help set up, such as focus groups, fishbowl techniques, and American Assembly, with an emphasis again about hearing from all sectors of your community. With that, I'm happy to hear from staff or take questions.
Through the chair. Yes. At this time, we'll hear from our Planning and Zoning Director, and Mr. Karras will be there at the end for your disposal, and any questions you may have after she speaks. Thank you.
Testing. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Claudia Hasman, Planning and Zoning and Resiliency Director. Can we pull the presentation, the second presentation, please? So the presentation that we're going to be going over, as the manager has mentioned, is a brief chronological order of where we have come and what we are right now. So the presentation, I'm sorry, I apologize. Can you make it full screen, please?
Let's change PowerPoint mode.
Full screen on the bottom. Yes.
From what I recall, the font size is really big. I think we could go.
Yeah, we can do it. Okay, sounds good.
So the font is big.
Can I drive the presentation from here, or do I need someone to move it along? So you can go to slide number 1, please. So the overview of the presentation, we're going to go through a chronology, summary, specifying the requirements, drilling down into the data and analysis, presenting the future land use map as stand tonight, and recommendations from staff and our consultant, and the next steps. So basically, as Mr. Karras has mentioned, we are in this issue process since December 2021. So it has been over a year that we have been working on this. At that moment, conversations from staff and DEO, they were brought up, the issues that they were found throughout our comprehensive plan. Therefore, manager and council engage a consultant, Calvin Giordano and Associates. And then we started. So this is the life, basically, of the ordinance right now. Council and the Planning and Zoning Board, they had a workshop in June 2022. Planning and Zoning Board hearing actually was held in July 6, 2022. And then we went for first reading in July 19, where the vote was tied, and we had a 2-2. Then the ordinance was revised, and we had a second attempt, a second first-time reading in October 18, where the item was tabled. And at that meeting was decided that we'll have one more workshop, and we will hear the item tonight again. So December 14, here we are. Throughout the entire event, throughout the entirety of the project, we have been doing public outreach and public engagement exercises. Move to next. So the requirements. Here is the verbatim text from the state legislation from Chapter 163. Highlighted in this area is that the required and mandatory elements of the comprehensive plan are based on relevant and appropriate data and analysis. And I want to highlight that the data and analysis has been in front of you since way before tonight. It was part of the October 18 meeting within your package, and you have it within your staff memo and your package tonight in front of you for your review. So you can see that different components, they are required to be included into these amendments. Please, next. So what we looked into our data and analysis, we look into, move next slide. We look into population projections from reliable sources. We look into the demographics, parcel data from Miami-Dade County and other sources, zoning data, infrastructure data, and of course the concurrency analysis based on the amendments that we are proposing, and miscellaneous data that we have in our advantage to look at it. So that was the results, and we are here tonight and looking at the future land use map. This is the reflection with all the directives and modifications that they have been given from this council. So, for example, the Biscayne Corridor has been changed, the Berry and the 105 and Biscayne Boulevard also had some modifications to it. So with that said, staff tonight recommends that the Village Council reviews the proposed analysis and data provided, considers the public testimony, and evaluates the technical merits of the proposed ordinance in accordance with Florida statute, and of course, take action what you have in front of you. With that said, the next step, if this ordinance is approved, we will transmit it to DEO, which is the Department of Economic Opportunities, and the external agencies. From DEO, we will receive what is called an ORC report, objections, recommendations, and comments. We'll bring it back to you for a second reading within approximately 60 days, and as you know, we are under the evaluation and appraisal review process, which it needs to also be submitted to DEO by July 2023. With that said, I will leave it for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Okay, Mr. Manager, you and staff, you finished?
Madam Mayor, we're through.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, council, any comments? Who's first? Who's first? Okay, is there oh, go ahead. You've been slow. Okay.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. One to our city attorney, and another will be addressed to our planning and zoning director. But I'll start with our attorney, Madam Attorney. Look, I understand that. Well, I guess I have more than one. Sorry about that. I understand that there is support and the need to protect single-family residences here in the village. As I read Florida Statute 163.3177 sub 6 sub F sub 3, the way I read it is that our housing elements must include options as they relate to median income. My question is, does that median income relate to our village or something outside of our village? So would that be compared to what the median income is here?
Yeah. So in terms of the statute it being applicable, it's going to be applicable based off of the village and what is currently existing, right? And so affordability and options isn't only tied to income, right? So that could be disability or other means. So it's not just an income-driven options for housing, if that makes sense.
Okay. My second question is also directed for you. We've also heard from our community that, we've heard both the pros and cons with regard to Berry University. We have gone through our workshops. I've read all the letters. We've also heard that there may be, and I know you can't opine to it directly, but there may be some liability issues, and can you speak to that?
Well, we usually don't like to speak. I'll provide you with some generic responses, simply because we don't want to just use the opportunity to discuss litigation at a public meeting. But we do have Susan on the line, and I'll let Susan chime in to further provide any other insight. But we have maybe some generic responses that we could provide. And Susan's on the line, and she can chime in.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead, Susan.
Thank you. So first of all, tonight is the first reading, essentially, the first step in adopting these plan amendments. So nothing tonight will lead to something that is definite or final. Second, it's always possible that anything we do, whether in land use or in any other way, as a city is going to be subject to challenge. Ultimately, if people are motivated and they have the resources, they will potentially challenge if they're unhappy with what the city is choosing to do. With regard specifically to the Barry situation, which you referenced, we are in receipt of a letter from an attorney on behalf of Barry. So that's a fact that's out there, that they are thinking about their options and how the village's decision may affect them. So those are some of the comments that we can offer at this time. And we certainly are in the process of reviewing those documents.
Thank you. And my last question is directed toward the director. This is also as it relates to Barry. The current institutional designation, and zoning currently permits for a wide array of institutional uses, right?
In zoning, you're mentioning, correct?
Yeah. And it also permits for buildings that are as tall as a setback from the street.
That's correct.
And if it's redesignated, would that give us a height restriction on any buildings, or how does that? In your
Potentially, but we haven't got there yet. So that will be the process of modifying the zoning code, but potentially could be high limitations, definitely.
Those are my questions for now. I may have one more later. Thank you.
You sure I have things to say? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to everyone for attending. I don't even know, is there another room or not that's in attendance? Yes, sir. Okay. Cool. Good to know. I have many comments and thoughts, and then a couple questions relating to the actual text of the plan. I think the first thing I want to do is have on the record one more time, because it's been raised, and for the sake of making it easier in the event of any litigation, that there be a clear roadmap. I do want to address yet again the numerous claims of conflict of interest that have been raised many times regarding me. And so on October 18th, I had laid out fully all of my holdings. There is a financial disclosure that's required by the state that I fill out every year as well, that shows all of my loans, as far as who they are, shows all my properties, and all my interests. In this room on October 18th, Mr. Michael Carney, a litigator with Kubicki Draper, equity partner there, suggested that there's a conflict of interest, and he gave a very gallant performance about conflict of interest, and saying even if there's not a direct conflict of interest, the appearance of a conflict of interest is something that you should still recuse yourself from. And I've yet to hear about any kind of an appearance of a conflict of interest, because I know of none. On the November 17th, 18th meeting, whatever the date was, Mr. Carney's wife, Robin Carney, then gave public comment And she very specifically said to me that I have a conflict of interest. She said on the public record that a website for one of my companies I'm involved with has Lennar on it, and clearly there's a connection. When my husband saw my very confused look on my face, he stopped Ms. Carney and asked her which website it was. She explained it was on my Vertical Bridge website, which is my employer. He started to look at the website. She approached him during recess and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke, it's not there." I confronted her at the country club at the meeting about it and asked her, "Well, you were so very vehemently sure of this on the record and stated this on the record in front of everybody." "I misspoke, I don't have any problem correcting it on the record." She has not to date corrected it on the record, the fact that she misspoke. She did tell me that she did at the country club. She did say that she's not done researching yet to find out whether anybody that owns any part of my company has any interest in Lennar whatsoever. So she still has some digging to do, apparently. But I wanted to make clear, I'm talking, this is not a chance for you to talk, Mr. Carney. You had your chance to talk. So the point is, I was accused of a conflict of interest, and I have laid out over and over again that my interests relate to my employer, Vertical Bridge, relates to a real estate brokerage that I use for friends and family that does not do any business with Lennar, a title agency that is for friends and family that does not do any business with Lennar, and my own personal real estate holdings which are not related to Lennar. I've explained this on multiple occasions, and I'm setting it out yet again, but I have no interest in Lennar, no activities with Lennar, no connections with Lennar, and in fact, my company was litigating with Lennar for the sake of transparency. My company, Vertical Bridge, was engaged in litigation with Lennar, which would be a strange thing to do if that's somebody that you actually had an interest in. So I wanted to state that for the record because I think it's necessary, given a lot of the stances that people have taken, to make it clear for the future, should there be litigation on this matter, exactly what my interests are, and that may help further decide the issue. So we have heard time and time again as a council, I would say, a lot of concerns about the comp plan and the goal of preserving single family. Ms. McSherry has provided to this council a lengthy informational packet about some litigation, or I would say a dispute in Gainesville. That dispute in Gainesville involves elimination of single-family zoning entirely across about 8,500 acres. I have no idea what that has to do with Miami Shores, but Ms. Planning and Zoning Director, correct me if I'm wrong, are we eliminating anything that is single-family zoned in this process?
No, Vice Mayor, no elimination of any land use designated related to single-family areas.
Thank you. So just wanted to clarify that. And so while there has been a lot of focus on looking at the preservation of single-family home in our comprehensive plan, that's referenced in the future land use element, there's been a lot of either a lack of knowledge or an avoidance of looking at some of the other elements of our comprehensive plan. And I don't know who here has actually read the entire comprehensive plan. I'm not just talking about the future land use element, but the entire comprehensive plan. And one of the first things that the housing element says, and has said for decades, is how we need to try to have housing options, of a variety and type of housing options. That's been in there. Our future land use element, as one of the first things that it says, talks about the high economic value and what we can do with the economic value, even before it gets into single-family preservation. There are multiple elements within our comprehensive plan that time and again reference the desire for and the need for housing options and housing types. Our comprehensive plan nowhere says we are only to be a single-family community. And we are not, and we have not been for a very long time. The heights And height limits is another issue that's been raised time and again. I have asked that we incorporate heights into the comprehensive plan against the recommendation of our consultants, who said that that is limiting and that that is something that's typically done in a zoning code, and I agree that that is typically where I see it. But our residents wanted more protection. And so we started talking about heights. And then as I continue to research and go through our existing code and our existing plan, our heights that are being proposed are not really even being altered. How many people know what height is permissible right now for a single-family home? I've heard multiple answers, and they're differing. The answer is it's 30 feet. We have up to 30 feet above base flood elevation. That's a single-family home. And I'll ask the Planning and Zoning Director, again, if you could please confirm height for single-family housing, 30 feet max above base flood elevation?
In the zoning code, currently is 30 feet from flood elevation or the base floor. Yeah.
Thank you. Our single-family homes can go to 30 feet. And clearly not everybody here knew that because there were differing answers. Our non-residential buildings in this village have been for decades and currently allow for up to 40 feet, including at the 105th and Biscayne site. That's what exists now. Our general commercial, which was known as the Biscayne Corridor, currently allows for up to 50 feet. That's been in there for a long time. That's what's allowed now. And so when we have this discussion and the vehement opposition towards heights, it's been done in a vacuum. It's been done without a lack or attention to the actual situation that we currently have, without an appreciation of where we are, and without any desire to listen to what is being said or understand what exists. Our single-family homes are 30 feet. Single-family homes are 30 feet. Non-residential can go up to 40 feet, and general commercial Biscayne Corridor up to 50 feet. That is what has existed for years. And the comment that just got yelled out was, so leave it. And guess what? This plan does exactly that. This is the part where I shake my head and I go, what is going on? Because what has been proposed in this plan is for the downtown district to have a maximum height of, we said 4 stories, but I think it should be feet, 40 feet, which is what's allowed. And for Barry to have up to 50 feet. At the same time, Barry currently has an unlimited height, as was just noted by Councilmember Wagger, that if you set back 100 feet from the nearest road, and they've got the land to do it, they can go 100 feet high. That's 10 stories. That's what's in the code right now. When you say just leave it, we've done that. In fact, we protected it even more by putting it into a comprehensive plan, which is more difficult to change than a zoning code, which can be changed by any council by ordinance. And yet there's frustration and anger. We've done exactly what was just yelled and asked for that in this plan, and there's still opposition. This is the part that completely dumbfounds me. Let me get my screen back up and I'll continue my points. With respect to the Barry property, what I would like to point out to this council is if you look at the future land use map, proposed, current, past, on the Barry West property, what you have on the very west is a section in orange. That's all multifamily. That's been multifamily. We're not looking to introduce some kind of a new use into the area that has not been there. The entire portion that
includes the area that we have been told is being considered for townhouses for sale. Immediately to the south of that is all multifamily properties. Those multifamily properties make up approximately 6 acres. Under our multifamily zoning that we have now, someone can build 180 units just on that one block to the south. Just on the one block, 180 units right there, as it exists right now, if someone were to buy it. And there are no single-family homes across from that Berry property on the westernmost portion. And when you look to the larger portion, the block that contains Doctor's Charter and the podiatry school, immediately to the south of that, the one street that's there has 10 single-family homes. 10. That used to sit across from a gambling establishment that had animals racing. The property was never used for single-family purposes, ever, that I'm aware of. It was the Biscayne Kennel Club. And surrounding it, you have multifamily and 10 single-family homes and institutional use. The entire area within the village boundaries that is yellow single-family home within the vicinity of that property is 75 total single-family homes. Total. Plus about 6 acres of multifamily. And so any project built on that site, whatever it might be, will be directly across from, and most visible to, and most impactful from a visibility standpoint, to 10 single-family homes. And Berry, who itself is retaining this other portion to the east. And some multifamily homes that would be equal in density to what is being asked for at the Berry property as part of this amendment. The 105th and Biscayne site has been numerously identified as something that has been multifamily the entire time. It is not. In 2010, I believe Rick Fernandez is in the room. He was the chair of the Planning and Zoning Board. In 2010, it was restricted commercial, not multifamily. I'll wait till somebody silences their phone. It was restricted commercial. And it had a special multi-use overlay to make it mixed use at the time. The text of the comprehensive plan in 2010, and people are welcome to ask Rick Fernandez. He was there at the time chairing it. Maybe he knows better why. But the text of the plan eliminated the word multifamily from the 105th and Biscayne. It specifically said 105th and Biscayne, it used to say the neighborhood surrounding 105th and Biscayne, got changed to be the property west of 105th and Biscayne, took out the words multifamily, specifically took it out, was made restricted commercial with a special multi-use overlay. To say that this was always multifamily is not correct. To say that it will not be multifamily is also not correct. That is their current use. Whoever owns that property, unless they apply for a rezone, regardless of what happens on this future land use map, can still build it as multifamily, because that's what it currently is. This council has unanimously approved age-friendly initiatives, approved transportation initiatives, approved strategic plans. And those studies and those plans themselves talk about a variety of housing. The age-friendly initiative says we need a variety of housing that'll be more beneficial and more age-friendly than just single-family homes. And we unanimously approve that. And yet when it comes to actually implementing the things that we have unanimously approved as visionary and as our goals that we have been proponents of, we stop short of doing it, or we argue it. And I'm not sure why. I'm not sure how we can unanimously approve something. If we don't want housing types and mixes of housing types, we shouldn't have had it in the age-friendly initiative or in the other plans. Should have taken it out and said, that's not what we're doing. But we didn't. I've looked at the petition. It got sent through today again. That's been signed by many people. I got to the first page of the petition. There were people that had signed for themselves and others within their household, but it wasn't different people that were on there. I found 4 people on the petition that had the wrong address. They didn't have the right address. So, and I'm happy to point it out for whoever wants to see it. I'll wait until you guys stop laughing. You find the facts funny, but I can pull it up for you right now and tell you, which 4 people put down the wrong address. They don't even live at that house. They put an address that doesn't exist. They put an address at 1266 Northeast 100 and, I believe 96, 397. I can pull it up. First page of the petition. I'll wait. We'll wait. Unless somebody wants to call me a Nazi again, you're welcome to do that as well. There, see? There we go. Nobody objects to that. So, we have been told and asked as a council when this first started, when we first found this issue with the comprehensive plan, we were told before that, why don't you listen to your planning and zoning board members? You had a unanimous approval of your planning and zoning board members to reject a gas station use or whatever else was at 105th and Biscayne. Thank you. And I was concerned that the information being presented to them wasn't correct and that they weren't providing a decision on accurate information. That was my concern. And that turned out to be 100% true, as we all know. So, at that time, a large group of this community, a large group of people that's sitting right here in this room right now, and in the other room next door, said it's wrong for us not to rubber stamp or agree to whatever the Planning and Zoning Board has done. 5 unanimous members voted, and they said reject that. And yet here we are, and no one is listening to the decision of the 5 unanimous Planning and Zoning Board members who are long-standing members of this community that would not do anything to harm this community. Irene Hegedus, Mr. Snow, Mr. Busta, Mr. Brady, and who am I missing? Sorry? Mr. Bolton. You're right, Mr. Bolton. Correct. So the 5 of them have been here for a very long time, that past Planning and Zoning Board, not the current one, when they voted on this issue. And they voted unanimously, without hesitations, that this is somehow going to destroy our single-family community. And we don't listen to them now. Now it's on the council, and don't listen to the 5. But when the 5 said, don't put a gas station, you got to listen to the 5. At some point, we as a community need to stop playing both sides. We need to start thinking and acting as rational players and making nice independent decisions about what it is that's in front of us and whether we think and believe it's in the best interest of our community. And we may disagree, and that's fine, and let us disagree, but we can do so civilly. And that has not happened. So, Madam Mayor, I wanted to make those general comments. I have a couple of tweaks to the actual language, but I will hold those for now until I'm sure Councilmember Birch has something to say.
Councilwoman Birch, would you like to speak?
I didn't indicate a wish to speak at this moment.
You do not?
No.
Okay. Neither do I. Council, okay. Okay. No one on council wish to speak. Do you want to handle your items now or after public comment?
I can run through them very quickly. They're minor.
Okay.
The one you just handed out is the one I'm going to work off of, the hard copy, since I know everybody has that handy. Did you lose it already? So the first comment, again, relates to the use of the terms auto-related uses and auto-dependent uses. I'm still concerned that we don't have that quite right. It appears in lines 252 to 253, and I see it in lines 299, 300. Let me flag where it's actually kind of defined. Where did that go? Was it 253? No, here it is. It's in 301. Yeah, the dark red is the latest additions. So there's a 301 says auto-oriented and auto-related land uses are directly related to automobile services or accommodations. I'm not sure what automobile accommodations are. That sounds like you can't have parking, perhaps, which is required in some cases. These types of uses are built around the automobile, discouraging pedestrian-friendly designs. So, again, I think when it comes to auto-oriented or auto-related uses, I think it should be maybe more tailored to retail sales of automobile projects, servicing of automobiles. I don't know that we want to restrict like auto-dependent. I would say the drive-through at Bank of America, for instance, to me sounds like it's auto-dependent. The drive-through, that piece of it. I just want to make sure there's no argument, right? Whether or not it's actually the case. So I just would like to add a little bit more specificity around what we mean there, so it's a little bit clearer for everybody on what that means.
And this is specific to the neighborhood subdivision?
Across all of them, because we use the term auto-related uses.
Well, in downtown,
It's in a number of places, right? We put it in a number of places. It's prohibited in a number of places.
well, yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Some places it's prohibited,
Mhm.
but some places it's more defined to allow certain types. Right. So,
For the,
auto-related should be discouraged. 253 is okay.
yeah, I don't think my issue is with 253 as much. And we have that already in the downtown. I think 301 is the bigger issue, probably.
Okay, so you
Mayor,
just,
if I
clear
may?
language.
We were just discussing, and we just want to make sure that, and to remind you that we're working with land uses and the comprehensive plan. So more specificity and more details into definitions will gladly incorporate it into the zoning code. We just need to make sure that we disencourage or we prohibit uses within the comp plan, but definitions, specifications to it, we can leave it to the zoning code. And I know that is something that we had discussed at large, but we just want to make sure that we either define if it is prohibited and it's fine with that, or we disencourage it within those parameters, but we don't enter into more detailed specifications.
Okay.
I don't think that addresses the issue. Auto-related. Okay, I'm done with it.
Okay, so the other point is we still have 4 stories and 5 stories in here. I think I'd like to change that to feet versus stories at 40 feet and 50 feet.
Why?
I second that. I agree.
Well, it's got-
I would much rather have in feet
Okay, wait a
than
minute.
floor height.
Yeah, there's 4 stories or 5 stories does not necessarily give the community the protections it wants as far as how high things can go. So I'd like to put yeah, I thought we had said that.
It
possibly
was,
last time,
he
but-
putting it back how it basically was. We put the feet to try to make people feel comfortable, and it didn't work. So,
No, it's, Madam Mayor, it says stories in here still. That's why I'm saying let's just change it to feet instead of stories.
That's what I'm saying, is I thought that's.
I thought we had,
Something we had agreed on.
I thought so as well, that we had agreed.
Was it not?
It
No.
isn't in-
But
that's-
I think we're all agreed now, perhaps.
that we're doing stories.
Feet. 40
Yeah, oh,
feet
yeah,
and
yeah,
50
yeah,
feet.
that's what I was-
Not stories, because the
Back to how it
definition can
was.
be changed.
Yeah, okay, I don't have a
Okay.
problem with that. Is that a motion?
Uh,
I think I got a motion out of you and a second out of Councilwoman Birch.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. I do want to note that the prohibition on lot splits was added back in, so that if the public has not read it, and the concern was that
Yeah.
at the up to 9 units an acre, that was added back in as we had requested. I do want to note the language was added in about the removal of the barriers, that any temporary barriers would not be removed. Any barriers that are not temporary in
it's not
nature.
temporary.
Any barriers that are
Right.
not temporary in nature would not be removed if allowed by applicable law. And then,
Through the chair, Vice Mayor, I just wanted to clarify. So you're saying that the barrier language that's currently is sufficient? You were just making.
yes,
that
I'm just
statement.
letting the public know that that was added in from the last time we had this discussion to clarify that the barriers are not going to be removed.
Permanent barriers. will
Correct.
not be moved.
Now, on the, correct. So on the future land use map, I think we're still showing 105th and Biscayne as mixed-use neighborhood. Is that correct? Okay. So what I had wanted to propose was that that it not be mixed-use neighborhood, or that we somehow limit the mixed-use neighborhood. For 105th and Biscayne, I do think that we would, in my opinion, should reduce the height, given the proximity to the single family there.
I'll second that.
I would like to make sure that with respect to 105th and Biscayne, we limit any height there to 30 feet, which is the same height of a single family home that's allowed, as noted.
So how are you going to get that out of mixed use?
Mayor, we will have to create a different land use because we just want to make sure that it's different from the other mixed use that is being applied to Berry site.
So Claudia, how many feet would, like, 2 stories plus a commercial element at the bottom, about how many feet is that? 30 feet will solve that?
Approximately 35, depending. Remember, you have construction, so they're going to be slab in between, the floors. So 35 will accommodate it.
Because I just really don't want to do something that make it not suitable for development.
Madam Mayor, if your suggestion is to allow for 35 feet,
At minimum, I was thinking
I'm okay.
40, but
Well, 40 is
35
what's-
to be negotiating and
40
all
is what's
fairness.
currently allowed.
Yeah.
40 is what's currently allowed.
Yes.
I don't know that we have any other 40-foot buildings that are so close to single family.
Well, how big was the?
So, I think if you were to have call it a 10-foot commercial, 1 foot of slab, 11 feet, and then you have another 10 feet, it's
Each
30,
floor.
30, you need about 33-ish.
24 plus 11.
Yeah, I think it'd be,
So,
so
okay,
30,
so
35,
35.
35 does better allow for that.
Right.
Okay.
And that's only about 5 feet
'Cause,
higher than
I'm
single
mindful
family.
that, you don't, people need to develop something,
And-
so 35.
And that's less than what's currently allowed.
Okay.
Just as a reminder. Currently allowed is 40 feet at that location.
You fine with
Fine with 40?
me too? All right. Okay.
So it sounds like there's a suggestion for 35 feet, someone that said 40 feet.
Is there a motion? Go ahead, Councilwoman Birch.
So I'll move that 10500 reflect the zoning, in a different category, which I would like to be just multifamily, at 35 feet.
Okay.
Okay,
You don't
at
have-
35 feet.
So
we'll
is
take
the
that out.
the
That's
motion is just
later.
on the height, correct?
Yes, correct,
Okay, motion is for 35 feet at 105 in Biscayne.
yes.
No, she's going to come for something else. No.
Wait,
Okay, all right. What you said,
I'm willing
Alice?
to just talk about height.
Height first.
I
For
couldn't-
now.
It was hard to resist to say what else I was talking
Yeah.
about for 10500 at the same time, but I should have, I agree. So 35, I would approve of 35 feet if there is consensus on that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I didn't vote, I know, you're looking at me.
Well, yeah, and I think
'Cause
Councilman Wagner's
I just
also
feel like
considering.
it's not the end of it. Okay, aye. Go ahead.
Did Councilmember Wagner vote?
Yes, she did. She
Oh,
did.
I'm sorry.
I
Yeah,
was
did.
the only
I
person
was waiting
stalled.
for her to call for nays if you had that, sorry.
No, she did.
Didn't want to leave you behind. Okay, and so, Councilmember Birch, I think you were going to talk about the use, or sorry, the designation.
I was going to
at
talk about the
105th of Biscayne.
designation. You know, we went a long time, and you know this, with 10500 being changed back to multifamily based on the consultant recommendation. I believe that that was the original plan that we did before we changed it, and it was back in, if you want to know the color, it was back in July that it was changed to multifamily slash what's the other what was the other designation we added? At any rate, there can be commercial.
Mixed use.
So I am trying to get that back to multifamily only. I really, honestly, and truly, in my heart, believe that that's what it should be. And I'm wondering if my colleagues could possibly consider changing it back to multifamily. And I just would draw your attention to all that we heard for so long about that designation and how hard fought it was for the people who live next door to that area.
Is there a motion, Councilwoman Birch? Oh, anybody want to comment?
Yeah, if I may, I would.
Okay.
The prior designation, before the errors of 2018, was restricted commercial with a special multi-use overlay. And I don't think that we should remove multifamily as a possibility there. And again, unless somebody applies for a rezone, it is currently multifamily and can be built as multifamily. What I've said, I think on a couple occasions, is that I think it's important that we leave the flexibility for this property to finally be developed in some way that's going to be more beneficial to this community versus the empty lot that's fenced over at the entry to our community. And so, for me, I would love to keep the multifamily as an option, but also allow for commercial uses.
And you see, I understand that, and I know that you're trying to imagine the future, so am I. But I believe that because we have tried to so carefully consider what will be next to single-family neighborhoods, that calling this a mixed-use neighborhood and giving it a designation similar to what a brand-new mixed-use neighborhood is going to be across the entire village to the west side, I don't think it's the same. I think it is a very small plot. It is amenable to mixed-use neighborhood, but it is not going to be a good site for commercial, especially because we have heard so much about traffic. And the thing is, we live that traffic. When you are on the boulevard, you understand how getting in and out of a commercial establishment on that tiny little piece of land is going to be on an F road. We can all picture it. We drive there. It's not a secret that that would be a very difficult use, and not one that I, as a council member, have the heart to say that it must be able to have commercial. Because if we say that, there will be commercial there. It may not be successful based on the fact that it's constrained both in size and access.
Okay.
And I appreciate that. I think Councilmember Birch, it was a very clear intention of past council and past planning and zoning boards that commercial be a possibility as well as residential. No one is suggesting that multifamily not be allowed. The issue is let's allow for the flexibility at this site so that there is something that can be done for whatever it might be. And when you look at the uses, and this has been confirmed by consultants, our consultants, I believe, as well, you do take a look at surrounding uses. Not just, it doesn't stop at our village border, it goes beyond. And we look at what is the use that is immediately to the north of this property, and that is the Busy Bee, and is the shopping mall, and all the way down Biscayne Boulevard for that entire stretch is nothing but commercial. Until you get past, and you get into some very large density projects that are up there on 108th, 110th. So I'm asking for flexibility. It's currently zoned multifamily. Somebody,
But not mixed use,
not mixed use, it's currently zoned multifamily.
right?
And until somebody applies for a rezone, it stays multifamily. This is just a future land use that says these are possible uses. I don't know why we would limit ourselves and shackle ourselves and that property, and just why not allow for the flexibility?
Vice Mayor, I understand what you said. I would
Yeah.
like to know if there is consensus on keeping it multifamily only. Is there any? I would like to move, well, I think I did. But
No, you didn't. You-
Okay,
you
I would
talked.
like to move. You know, I would like to move that 10500 remain mixed-use
Yeah.
remain multifamily, excuse me, alone. Multifamily alone, without mixed use.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
No second.
No second. Okay. Okay, no second. Item dies for lack of a second.
So, Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion that the 105th and Biscayne site have a designation that allows for the multifamily, and it's already multifamily. Don't know if we even need to keep it in there, but I would. And to allow for commercial uses. And so the question is,
But that's already here. No, what's here?
well, no, it's mixed-use neighborhood,
Right.
but mixed-use neighborhood currently has a
Oh, I
50-foot
thought it was
limitation.
mixed-use commercial. Okay,
So,
okay.
so
So we have to make something new.
I would change
We
it
have to make something, yeah.
to mixed uses allowed there, but it's limited to that height of 35 that we had just talked about. So it's not the same exact designation.
But if we say mixed use, it has to have that 80-20 split. It can't be either or.
I think the splits were eliminated.
We took the splits out?
We
The
did.
80-20?
Yes.
Okay, I'm good with that. Okay.
May I clarify just a couple of things?
Yes.
We were talking about what the possible way to do what you're suggesting, whether we would have to create a separate new district, or could we create an exception within the same neighborhood, mixed-use district, as to the height specific to, and we can do that. But maybe for the benefit, I don't know, of the public, that this district does not allow gas stations.
Right.
As it's written.
Yeah, we all agree with
Okay.
that, yeah.
Right. I just don't know if everybody remembers.
There we go.
So I'm, Madam Mayor, I'm good with then keeping it as the mixed-use neighborhood designation, as long as we're able to designate that that particular area has a 35-foot height limitation, as we just agreed. And that would then allow for both the multifamily use and the commercial uses. But again, what I would like to remind is that we should not require both uses, so it could be purely multifamily
Yeah.
or just commercial, but just allow the flexibility to have either multifamily or commercial, or
But-
both, or a mix.
But Vice
Yeah.
Mayor, you understand that I'm saying that back on August 19th of '22, our map had that in orange. Orange is multifamily residential. So while it is reassuring to some people that of what you're saying, I do not believe that area should support commercial, and that I do not believe we should have that designation.
Okay. And Councilmember Birch, in 2010 and onwards, it was restricted commercial with a special multi-use overlay.
Understood. And you know, I
there's-
have lived
and that
here
was
a
an
long
approved-
time.
And that was an approved map by Planning and Zoning and Council and DEO, and not a proposed map as we had.
Understood, but there are a lot of history on that property that I'm very well aware of. I
The
myself,
property is good.
you know, the
hotel's
property-
not there.
pardon?
The hotel is no longer there.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But that area, you know about traumatized areas. That area was traumatized by that motel. I feel now they should be able to have the peace of knowing that they're just going to be residential.
And Councilmember Birch, if I may just add,
Back and forth.
Guys, can I just tell
I
you,
want to ask-
I really don't think the applause is helping. I really don't. I really hope that you'll hear me when I say, I'm trying to have a discussion. We want to move it along. You don't want to be here all night, particularly you people that are standing. I hope that you can find some chairs. I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I would really wish that you would not.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor.
Sylvia, I have a question. When we removed the 80-20 split, that mean it could be multifamily or commercial?
That means that you're not required to keep to the mix. Yes, that is correct.
So it could be either or?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be my intent. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Sir.
Yeah, so Councilmember Birch, if we keep it as it is, it does still allow for motel.
Multifamily, right?
Just to be clear, so you say that people deserve something other than a motel there, and I think providing the flexibility is what gets us a better chance of not having a motel. Leaving it to multifamily zoning means it's either going to be multifamily and at 30 units, or else a motel. It's still there. Doesn't resolve that
Vice Mayor,
issue.
anybody have a motion?
Yeah, so my motion was to go ahead and keep 105th and Biscayne as mixed-use neighborhood, which doesn't require commercial, doesn't require residential, can allow for any mix of those, maximum height 35 feet.
So when we say mixed-use commercial versus, I mean, not commercial, mixed-use residential versus mixed-use commercial, that's because we want smaller scale businesses there. Right, okay, all right. I just want to make sure that, okay, is there a second for that?
Could you just kind of walk back? What's changing? Because you guys went back and forth.
Nothing changed.
My apologies.
Where you get
My apologies. I just want to be clear on what's changing because we've kind of played with this a little bit before we motion,
see
don't
what's
motion.
changing.
So the only thing that is changing from what we have here is you want to make sure that it doesn't go above 35 feet.
right.
Correct? Is
Correct.
that correct?
I'm not sure we even need a motion because we did the 35 feet already, and it's
Right.
already mixed-use neighborhood.
So
That's a good point, yes.
So-
what do
Correct.
we-
There was no consensus, so
Okay,
I
so-
withdraw. Okay.
So we don't need a vote because nothing's changing,
Right.
right?
Is that the understanding of village attorney and staff, that it's currently then mixed-use neighborhood
Because we've already
Right.
voted on
with a
35
height limit
feet.
of 35 feet?
Which was only change.
And there's no auto-related uses in there, and there's no specific commercial or residential requirement.
Just for my benefit and staff clarification, that the 35-foot limitation is pertaining to that particular
105th
property.
and Biscayne only.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
So we would carve it out as an exception to the district,
Okay, thank you.
in terms of the height.
Okay. Okay, what we doing here? Where am I?
And the only other comment, Madam Mayor, I had, that I just wanted confirmation from staff on, just wanted some confirmation from staff on this. So when it comes to mixed-use neighborhood, between vertical and horizontal, are we still requiring that there be two separate uses in there? Because I thought I still saw it in there. We talked about, and I think at one point it said no residential on ground floor, but we talked about possibly adding in lobbies, but no residence units on the ground floor is what we possibly talked about last time in those areas.
What line, if you don't mind?
Well,
It's
it
in
was,
there.
It's in line, we have in line 212, where is the definition of mixed use. In here, we describe that development shall be considered mixed use when no one use is less than 20 or less than 80, but In the specific neighborhood, we remove the overall mix. So right now, the overall mix district shall be determined by the zoning code. So we left it up to the zoning code to define what is going to be mixed use. So you can have a pure residential, a pure commercial, or a mix of uses in a vertical format or in a horizontal format.
Okay, I like the flexibility there. Okay.
So do we still need the 80-20 in the general section on mixed
Definitions?
use?
It is not a requirement. It is just a definition how to consider when a mixed-use development comes to us, but it's not a requirement.
I would propose removing that, because I think it'll create more confusion
Only in
than
the
anything.
neighborhood section.
The, on lines 210 through 212, that last sentence, development shall be considered mixed use when no one use is less than 20% or no greater than 80% of the net overall square footage of a development.
I thought that was more for definition purposes. than
It's for a
requirement.
definition purposes. It doesn't apply to any specific area.
So I would
Yeah.
take that out, and then I guess my question was more towards, if you look at line 263, so line 263 says, in vertical mixed-use projects, residential uses shall be permitted on the second floor and above, and the ground floor must allow retail, service, dining, or office uses. But when it says residential shall be permitted on the second floor and above, that sounds like residential is not allowed on the ground floor.
That applies to what currently is for the downtown
Downtown.
district. So we're switching to the other district. But it's not in, it is not in lines 311. It's not included in here.
And the downtown first floor use, Claudia.
Give us one
Oh,
one
go
second.
take your
one second.
time.
Yeah. Okay, so in that one, so then we will have to remove 4-1. Okay. So in line 311, which is specific to the mixed-use neighborhood, then we can drop that horizontal mixed-use projects shall include one category, so they don't have to be at least two, so you make it a single use for specifically for the, exactly, right.
Yeah,
Just leave it for
I think that my goal, my hope here was that
It's the flexibility, correct?
while we have a mixed use,
But you should say may instead of shall.
Right. Mhm.
Right.
Right.
but yeah, so my hope was that while we have these mixed use designations, it will allow for mixed uses, but won't require a single use, for instance.
So
right?
would it
That's,
be
that's
okay-
kind of where I'm trying to head with this, to put it blunt.
Would it be okay to read horizontal mixed-use projects may include,
Right, may.
okay,
It may include two or more, sure.
two or more? Okay.
And in downtown, is there a requirement that the first floor not have like medical offices and stuff, or that's also may or discouraged? Because I'm thinking that if you require restaurants and different type of retail things on the first floor, but that's not what comes. You know, people need to rent their property, you know, lease it. So we're encouraging restaurants.
Mayor Harris, can I just comment on that? It is in the zoning code.
It seemed like it's, in our current zoning
It
code,
is
because
in
in
the
here it
zoning-
seemed
zoning
like two
code.
places it read
It
differently.
was recommended in 2018 that downtown be, that downtown uses, first floor uses be. But the thing was that there were pre-existing leases there.
Yeah, but there
And
goes my
the
problem, the
language-
word be.
Yeah.
You know, I prefer it also, but will I keep a vacant storefront with no one knocking on my door when a law firm is? So again, we're trying to get some flexibility. We want to encourage restaurants and retails,
Correct.
but not, you know, any kind of prohibitions, because the close of business, people need to lease out their property.
That's correct. On the ground level, we don't have a prohibition per se in the downtown. So services could include, at this point,
I need you to read it
medical
again,
and
because two
ethics.
places I saw it sort of different. That's why I didn't mention it, because one place it seemed a little bit more firm, like, you know, must have, then a little bit later it was a little flexible language.
Mhm.
So, okay, but I won't dwell on that. You could review that on your own. But we agree that we wanted that to be flexible. Can we agree with that? Yeah, definitely encouraged. We all could agree encouraged. Okay, all right.
And so not to belabor, but beating a dead horse here. 263 to 264 in vertical mixed-use projects, residential uses shall be permitted in second floor and above. I think we talked about last time, residential use could include a lobby. You may want to have a lobby ground level. So I think we're talking about residential units will be second floor and above.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
that's what it includes. But lobby and amenities, it could be a gym, even swimming pool area, storage for the residential units. All of that can go on the ground floor.
Okay, so you don't think
Yeah.
that's limited when it says residential uses shall be?
I think that does clearly, at least at least for a planner and anyone who's in the development industry, refers to the actual units.
Okay.
You have to get to the residential
Okay.
somehow, right?
Well, this is
So-
being recorded, so if
Wait,
anybody
wait
has
a
questions
minute.
of what was intended.
Wait,
then
wait,
that's
let's
it.
clarify that. Can an apartment unit be on the first floor, not of mixed use, especially, I'm talking 105th
No.
now?
No.
Why not?
No, because
Yeah, that's what I'm
in
talking
the,
about.
I'm sorry, yes. If you're talking about the neighborhood mixed use,
Yes.
yes, it can. Where it
Okay,
cannot
okay.
is in the downtown. I
Okay,
apologize. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that. Okay, I'm good with that.
Okay.
That's good. Okay.
Madam Mayor, thank you for indulging me. I think those are just the clarification tweaks that I wanted to discuss.
Okay. We're going to open for public comment before we call vote.
Unless you'd like a recess before we do public comment. up
Would
to you.
anybody like a recess? Let's take a 5 minutes, please.
Check, check.
Is there anything we can do about that seating?
Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2.
I would like to call the meeting to order. Okay, meeting called to order.
Madam Mayor, can I be recognized?
I
to
was getting
speak?
ready to, yes, ma'am. I would
Sorry.
like to
I didn't hear
recognize Councilwoman Birch first to speak.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I had some remarks that I was saving because I wanted to hear from my colleagues first, and I do think we've accomplished something so far. So, but I would like to have another chance to describe where I'm coming from on fixing the comprehensive plan versus what we are doing. Okay, I have heard what the residents have said. I understand the statute tells us what we must do, along with Section 163.3081, which requires public input. We've had a lot of it. I agree that it has been long and contentious, but we have had it. We have had so much input that, well, I'll just go on. I've heard what my colleagues have said. I've heard what my alma mater, Barry University, has said. Like my colleagues, I have continued to learn, listen, and attempt to understand throughout the process. In my history as a civic activist in Miami Shores Village, which includes advocating for neighborhood security in the late 1990s, building a better Brockway Library, fundraising for dozens of causes through the Miami Shores Community Alliance, and building and growing our own municipal charter school through the past 17 years, addressing mobility issues for the past 12 years, I have never seen so much grassroots advocacy on the part of so many hardworking neighbors as I have seen in these past months. I will say again, this is the silver lining of this difficult situation. We love Miami Shores. Thanks to each of you who have written, called, and done the most basic thing a neighbor can do. Walk out the door, down the street, and talk to other neighbors. I commend this effort, and I treasure some of these remarks. When we started out with our consultants, Calvin Giordano and Sylvia Vargas and Alex David, they had conversations with the DEO, Department of Economic Opportunity, which bears responsibility for comprehensive plans. The other day, I read back through that correspondence that they had and found statements by Ms. Vargas and Mr. David about what we, as village elected officials, were trying to do. Here is a quote from Ms. Vargas to the DEO back in July. Quote, "To be clear, over the past few months, we have informed and we have reiterated multiple times to elected officials and the public that the village would soon be engaging in a more comprehensive update of the comprehensive plan through an evaluation and appraisal review process, a term that we have explained repeatedly as well, we being Calvin Giordano. We have been very cognizant that we needed to make the distinction clear between these two processes and explain the reasons why we undertook this cleanup separately and ahead of the evaluation and appraisal report. Our consultants have indeed found the inconsistencies and made the corrections, but they have heard, and you have heard, that the document as crafted does more than that. It expresses increased densities that you and I had not seen before. It expresses story heights, floor area ratios, and mixed-use designations that are new and not supported by the above-mentioned pending EAR. Most recently, on November 30th, we attended a workshop and at the end came up with a consensus best expressed this way. Residents want more data and studies about projected population growth, traffic studies, impact analysis on all aspects of infrastructure, be it public works, potable water, police, schools, and parks. I'm leaving traffic out, that was another one. As part and parcel of consideration for the proposed density increases. To be clear, I'm in a fix-only mode. Let's restore the Barry-owned land to the mixed-use residential/institutional designation. Let's restore the proper restricted commercial and general commercial distinction in the map and text. Let's restore the multifamily designation to 10500 Biscayne. Let's fix the single-family residential density to a slightly lower upper limit. Let's fix the Scrivener's errors that need fixing. I see consensus from the public on keeping the future land use goal as originally accepted by the DEO. And we need parking designation back in there in the map and text. My responses to the densities are that they are too much, too soon, before the evaluation and appraisal report that's pending. Now, to keep in mind, you can already know that we have worked on crossing out what's quoted in that flyer that you saw with the cars on the tops stuck in traffic. We've already crossed out 1,579 units in the Biscayne corridor by Publix. It's back to commercial. For the Miami Shores downtown district, my answer is more complicated. For the fix, I recommend only 10 dwelling units per acre and removing the bonus density. For those of you who think this is crushing downtown growth until our next comprehensive plan, please know this. In 2017, El Portal put its 2nd Avenue corridor density to 36 dwelling units per acre, and no developer has taken advantage. El Portal's planner confided in me in a conversation, "We are quite envious of the progress of downtown Miami Shores." Please also know that last week, Council approved a new approach to downtown improvements, funneling $330,000 in American Rescue Plan funds to improve lighting and allocate a Public Works clean team to downtown. 2 downtown buildings are currently doing major renovations to their storefronts. The parking issue looms large and must be planned better before increasing density. Building height should be reflected in feet, not stories. We took care of that tonight. Did you know, as pointed out by Vice Mayor Marenberg recently, that building height is now expressed as 40 feet for downtown? But I'd like to add this little kernel that I learned at the Plaza 98 the other night. 9699 Northeast 2nd Avenue, the Graber Group building, is only 1 story, but it is nearly the height of 2 stories if you allow 10 feet per story. And I'm really glad that we corrected that tonight. We have heard much about the density for the Barry land, also about allowing for more mixed-use building for the future. This much I know. That land will be developed. It's how you go about it that counts. I had a eureka moment when attending the Urban Land Institute's density workshop for elected officials on December 5th, just last week. The invited presenters were stellar. And I asked myself, and I asked them, what went wrong with this struggle with my alma mater? Here's a summary of what I heard at the workshop. Quote, Mayor Knox White told about starting in Greenville, South Carolina in 2000, with a goal toward decreasing urban sprawl. He encountered NIMBYism when discussing multifamily housing. He said, "You have to be a good umpire. A developer can't come in and say, 'Here is the plan.' First, set up a listening session. Second, have good pictures and visuals because people believe what you show them." He illustrated in one slide, people saw a huge building as a backdrop, and in the next slide, you could see that the building that was feared was actually small. "You need a good grassroots effort," he said. "Take your time. People must feel listened to on the front end, not the back end. The fears are change, the unknown, and the unknown people." Quite frankly, I think Barry Lennar has been waiting for the moratorium to be lifted before going ahead with this method of proper introduction of the development. And that's been too bad. And my colleagues want to go forward with the density that's allotted. I want to point out, just as my last major point here, that we currently have, according to the June presentation by Calvin Giordano, we currently have 656 multi-story units in this village. Those 656 multi-story units comprise a total density, also in the Calvin Giordano figures, of 17.75 dwelling units per acre. So to jump in right away with 30 units, and by the way, even though Barry has only asked for 25, we still have 30 units in there per gross acre density. I'm saying that no wonder the community is shocked. And I uphold all those people who have spoken to me as an elected official. I uphold their concern about the future. I uphold their right to have the evaluation and appraisal report that we have hired our consultants to do. I would prefer not to pass this tonight for that reason. My colleagues apparently feel differently. I'm expressing my view. I thank you for listening.
Okay, if there's no further comment from council.
Madam Mayor, I do have one minor comment.
Vice Mayor, proceed.
So I think it's the statistics that Councilmember Birch points out are good to know, that it's at about 17 and change dwelling units per acre. But I think what that shows is those other properties that are multifamily zoned are still zoned at and have been zoned for 31 units per acre, but they average out to 17 units per acre. It's because it doesn't all get built out. It's because you don't really hit the maximum, and our own village is evidence that you never actually hit that maximum. That's why you're at 17-something units an acre. They're all zoned for 31. All those multifamily units are zoned for 31 units an acre, and that's what they have been. So your statistic is a good one, but I think what it shows is that you don't hit the maximum. It does blend down, and the average does come down. You're not going to achieve all those units at the end of the day. And I just, as a point of clarification, Councilmember Birch, I think if you're talking about doing a fix and that you're in the fix-only mode, 105th and Biscayne is not restoring to multifamily. The 2010 designation before the 2018 issues was restricted commercial with multi-use, special multi-use overlay.
So noted.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further from council before I open it up for public comment?
Through the chair.
Councilwoman.
Through the chair. I'm just going to, was taking some notes and listening, because I too have listened to our neighbors and went and sat and all around the village, reviewed all the documents that were submitted to me, did my own research. But what I want to be careful about here, though, very careful in making assumptions about what your colleagues are thinking. What I would like to be careful about is when we are talking about the information and what the comp plan is laying out, we want to be careful to note it is in fact a roadmap, that there is a process after the comp plan. In fact, it still has to come back to us. So there is a process, and nothing is definitive at the moment. And that there is a process whereby, no matter what happens with the comp plan, there's another layer of process that has to happen. So I'm not suggesting you are incorrect. I just want to make it clear that there are processes in place, and that today doesn't mean whatever happens today. It doesn't mean there's, Barry could want 25 or 30. They still have to come back. It's not a definitive conclusion. And those are the conversations that I've been also having, because that's what people have asked me. So I just want to make it clear that there is a process in place, and that this is not the end-all, be-all, no matter how our colleagues decide to vote this evening. And I appreciate all of your efforts, all of the time you've put in serving our community, and I respect that. So I just wanted to make that clear and put that on the record.
Thanks. Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, seeing none, we will open it up for public comments. Remember, there's 2 minutes until after 9 o'clock, then there's 1 minute. State your name and address clearly for the record. Wait a minute, please hold. There, Minji and the two in front, you guys jumped in front of a line. You two, ma'am. There was a line. I didn't know that was a line either. I think it was an error that they didn't know it was a line, but it was. So let's respect the line, because I appreciate a line to make it go faster. So that was an error. I thought you guys were just standing against the wall. But Mr. Minji, you're going to disrespect. But she can't excuse all of those people. See, okay, all right. No, that's right. Miss Ann Brewster, please move forward. Thank you. Remember, it's 2 minutes to 9 o'clock. Let's try to be nice and not applaud and all of that, because there's a lot of people, and I'm sure they want to get in before 9 o'clock. So what else? Any rules? Ms. Ambersa, please move forward. Come on, let's be respectful.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Mayor and our council members, village manager and assistant village manager.
2 minutes.
I'm Monique Armbruster, Director of Alumni Relations at Barry University, and I have been a resident and homeowner here in Miami Shores for almost 25 years. As we are all aware, Miami Shores has changed tremendously over the years, and I think this change is a good thing. We currently have about 500 Barry alumni who are residents and homeowners like myself here in Miami Shores. And as we all think about the impact of this comprehensive plan, excuse me, Council Member Wager just said that it's a blueprint for the future of the village. And I encourage my fellow alumni residents to seek out the facts and inform themselves. Sometimes we know it's easier to just listen to the voice of the vocal minority. But as our signs say, it's our village, our voice, and I would hope that everybody, makes it a point to get informed. If you haven't been to the site in question, we encourage you to come out and look at it, so you'll see just how important it is for that site to be developed. And we all should just trust that our capable staff and council folks will make the right decision for us.
Good evening, Maureen Duffy, 501 Grand Concourse. We can all have what we think are good ideas, but if many or most people who hear the idea don't like it, that should be a flashing red light warning us that the idea has serious flaws. This plan was presented as more or less a final product, a done deal, and was crafted without meaningful input from us, the stakeholders. We only got to respond to the plan. We didn't get to shape it. And the response has been overwhelmingly negative. Consequently, the proposed plan in no way represents a collective vision for the future of this community. The vision this plan represents is fractured, divisive, and would benefit an institutional part of the community at the expense of the whole, and in the process fundamentally change the character of the community by dramatically increasing overall density. You have promoted your consultants as experts and have become angry that we haven't agreed with your and their ideas for our future. By questioning the suggestions of you and your experts, we are doing our due diligence. The questions we have posed about traffic, infrastructure, and why the rush to push this proposal through at any cost to the community are part of our due diligence and remain unanswered. Because these basic questions are unanswered, because the plan fails to reflect a collective vision for our future that most of us can get behind, and because the risks of going ahead with this plan far outweigh the risks of fixing the plan as a first step, the only fair and reasonable vote is to turn it down. And I respectfully request that you just do that. Vote no. Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to remind the council that, once again, no one has ever moved to Miami Shores seeking more density. Not one person. Secondly, you had us go to a workshop.
Excuse me, sir, your name for the record, please?
I apologize. Ron Kurtz, 1240 Northeast 97th Street. Secondly, you had us go to a workshop. And except for one hateful guy that tried to use race and sexual orientation to divide us, every other person there did not want to do anything other than fix the spelling errors and the other Scrivener errors that were in the plan. Okay? This is supposed to be a democracy. Well, as part of a democracy, you have to understand, if you vote for this, that will not be the end. That will be the beginning. That will be the beginning of your recall. That will be the beginning of litigation. And I have to tell you, you've all been patting yourselves on the back for all the things you've passed the last couple of years.
National public embarrassment.
Yeah. We're going to use that as like a Christmas checklist to undo each and everything that you have voted for. So your legacy will be the most despised council ever, and you will have accomplished nothing. So before you disregard the will of the people that you supposedly represent, think long and hard. I see you smirking, Mr. Marenberg. Your arrogance is part of what's going to be your downfall.
Good evening. Jerome Charles, 935 Northeast 95th Street. To me, doing this for the third time, it clearly shows words matter. On tonight's agenda, there's a quote I'd like to read from Exhibit A. It comes from the 2022 Strategic Plan, fostering a safe, welcoming, economically viable, innovative, environmentally sustainable community built on trust and resident-centric approach, while spotlighting its celebrated charm. Trust and resident-centric approach. Exhibit A also identifies issues to address the comp plan's text, including restore realistic density ranges to single-family residential and multifamily land use based on findings from analysis, while recognizing public input. Tonight, we're going to hear a lot of words regarding the proposed amendments to the comp plan. Some of the words you may know and some you may not. Density, mixed use, multifamily, institutional, and most importantly, single-family residential. Residents have taken the time to learn these words and what they mean in reference to the comp plan. Most disagree with it because as it's written, it doesn't satisfy the needs or the wants of the village. Words do matter. In another version of the comments listing all the flaws, it took longer than 2 minutes, so I wrote this instead. I'm certain other people in here will point them out. Myself and many others have spoken with the council and staff, attended previous meetings, workshops, and open houses. We've offered solutions. I feel our voices have been heard, but I also feel they've been ignored. Since I'm short on time, the only word that really matters is no. The vision of the strategic plan is built on trust and have resident-centric approach. The process of amending this comp plan does neither. I trust the council will recognize the public input and vote no.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is John McFadden. I serve as the Vice Provost for the healthcare programs at Barry University. They include nurses, nurse practitioners, social workers, laboratory scientists, and physician assistants. I've worked at the university for 22 years, and I am asking your support for the proposal because we do have a critical need to offer additional different housing options other than what currently exists in the village. More than half of our healthcare students are adults, many of whom are married and some with children. They come from all over the United States to pursue their dream of becoming healthcare professionals. They have a strong desire to live close to our campus and be able to access the local hospitals and medical practices for their internships, including North Shore and Jackson North. Their options, as well as those for our faculty, who very much want to reduce their travel times and live close to the campus, are quite limited. They would be grateful for the opportunity to live in this community, near the university, and hopefully stay as healthcare professionals in South Florida. And it is that reason that I ask for support of the proposal. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sue Rosenthal, and I'm here as a representative of Barry University. First of all, thank you to the Village Council members and staff who've worked diligently on this comprehensive plan process. As the Vice President of Business and Finance and CFO at Barry, I would like to provide some factual financial information to address the comments on social media and other venues that Barry is pursuing this land transaction out of financial necessity. I'm here to tell you that Barry's balance sheet is very strong. In fact, in the nearly decade that I've been at Barry, our net assets are at the highest level at $135 million. Our endowment is also at the highest point at over $50 million, and our debt is at the lowest threshold in this time period. Lastly, we closed out the past fiscal financial year with a very healthy surplus. With that said, the landscape of higher education continues to evolve, and as President Allard has noted in the past, this transaction will allow us to continue to reinvest in ourselves, our students, and our future at a greater level, as any organization continues to do. Please approve the comprehensive plan amendments and allow Miami Shores to continue to thrive for future generations of Barry students. Thank you. I don't live in Miami Shores. I'm representing Barry.
Hello. I'm sorry. Hello. My name is John Rourke, and I would go on record as I'm one of these people who have not come, although I've watched the video, I've not come to these sessions because of the circus-like atmosphere that I've seen tonight and I've seen on video before. So tonight's my first night giving verbal comments. My husband and I live at 9909 Northeast 4th Avenue Road since 2014. We are in the favor of the new comprehensive plan for three basic reasons. First, I hope you all read the letter from Barry University, the original letter from November 30th that was posted on Facebook. He said in the letter that they have 7,000 students. What's not said is that 4 years ago, they had 9,000 students. I think you should support this plan to help financially support Barry as a good and welcome neighbor. Do you really want to be, in a contributory way, helping for the eventual downsizing of Berry if they're not able to do with a mixed-use development with enough apartments for mixed-use housing income. That would be really helpful. Second of all, I'm in favor of a model which allows for more intensive development on Northeast 2nd Avenue because we do not have a vibrant downtown. Instantly enough, several of my neighbors have been around for a very long time, like 40 years or so. I'm simply suggesting that we bring it back to what it was in the 60s and 70s. They tell me there were lots of retail stores, there were lots of restaurants, there were lots of cafeteria. People walked from their single-family homes into downtown. And now it's become kind of like this ghost town thing. Even with the sewer system being in, it's got 2 or 3 restaurants that are being successful. But I'm just saying that can we not bring it back to the vibrant downtown that it was in the 60s and 70s by having reasonable accommodation for where the numbers crunch for the redoing downtown. Finally, I want to thank each and every member of the Village Council for the time they put into this. It's clear this council is not doing as the previous councils did, which allowed the town council manager to do all the work and they just rubber stamped it. That's part of how we got to where we are now. You all were voted, with one exception, to turn over the page from the past to bring us forward in the future, so I suggest you vote for it. Thank you.
Good evening, John Moore, 450 Northeast 94th Street. I've lived in the Miami Shores for just shy of 25 years. Thank you to the council. I've spoken before. I'm not going to reiterate everything I've said, but Councilwoman Birch, you did leave out that you also single-handedly tried to take down a mugger as part of your efforts for the shores. With respect to the comp plan, I am glad to see that the committee has been working and addressing a lot of the concerns. I think the changes have been beneficial. I plan to live here a lot longer. I'm hoping to get my kids moved back here. I think the increased density will actually help bring people here, will make the shores better. Everybody's saying you're not listening to our votes. Those are just no votes. There are yes votes. I'm one of those. And final comment, I do think, Vice Mayor, that you would be better served if you showed a little bit more restraint and respect to not only the rest of the council, but the people here as well. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Darcy Cohen. I live at 262 Northeast 98th Street. I've lived there since 2016, and I'm 2 houses down from Northeast 2nd. You probably will refer to me as like the parking lot girl at this point in time, but it's really what I wanted to talk about. First of all, thank you for doing a feet limitation for downtown. That made me very happy, so I can cross that one off my list here tonight. The one thing I would like to encourage, though, for whatever density is included for downtown, that obviously planning and zoning really enforce that. There's studies done. I mean, my dog almost got hit. Actually, Mayor Birch, Councilmember Birch, you were driving by my street when you saw my dog run out. Someone was just speeding by, and I'm concerned with the increased density and no place for these cars to go. They're going to use our streets to cut through, and that's a big concern of mine. I just wanted to direct everyone to the parking lot designations. I know it was included that we're going to do a buffer area, and I know that was put in there, and I appreciate that change. However, government and institutions still remains as a designation. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at line 422. Government and institutions, all the parking lots that are owned by the Village of Miami Shores are still designated a government and institution. So this language is kind of, superfluous to the buffer language, and that's a problem for me because to me, any of those parking lots that are owned by the village can be changed to any of these reasons. So I just respectfully request that you all please consider keep the parking lots, maybe do a separate designation. I know there's other areas that are government and institution, so I think a separate designation, and a lot of the neighbors would be really thankful for that, to keep a proper buffer. And that's it. Thank you for all of your hard work and for your patience tonight.
Good evening. My name is Joe Rea. I'm at 1180 Northeast 97th. I actually grew up here since '99 and bought my first house 2 years ago. So we were lucky to get in. I'd say I'm generally in favor of where this plan takes as the framework and kind of the first step in being able to kind of move with the times and make sure that we're setting up Miami Shores to grow. Downtown needs help. It definitely needs some sort of investment and catalyst to get it there. I have comfort in that the market and people's desires in terms of development will sort themselves out in terms of density, and not everything will go to the max. So I draw comfort in initial shock, but thinking it through, there was a lot of comfort in just understanding the market will take care of itself and provide solutions, and for the village that will make sense. And I do think that I went to the workshop. It was the first time at a workshop, and we were not the loudest voices in the room, and so our table didn't read out, and I think there was a lot of consensus around there's a solution within a lot of the issues that we're facing that aren't necessarily being shared or heard or kind of spoken up because we aren't the loudest voices. So I think working, it kind of gave me a little hope outside of the ruckus during a lot of the meetings that there is a consensus to be had within the villagers and a path forward. So I like this first step. I think it's a good kind of launching point to get to the review that's necessary to really kind of determine what our village looks like. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victor De Jesus. I live in 150 Northwest 99th Street. It's the first time that I come to a meeting in Miami Shores, the first time that I speak in public like this, so I'm nervous. I am not opposed to developments because my work is construction. If I am opposed to developments, I will not eat. I don't have food. But the main concern here is that we need a master plan, a good master plan. It's very clear for the community and what needs to be considered. We need the basics, infrastructure, schools, grocery store, pharmacies. How can we grow if we don't have the basics? Impacts. I'm concerned about traffic, infrastructure plan. If all these people move in, where are the routes they're going to take out? We need that. Miami Shores is very well known to be a peaceful place. That's why I moved here. My kids live here, are growing here. We go to San Rose of Lima. We go to Cushman, great places. But we have to consider that. Consider the impacts of the best police department that we have in Miami, Miami Shores Police Department. Fire rescue, what will be the impacts having all these people coming in? Who's paying for the extra hires? Who's paying for the facilities, to the extra equipment? Us, the residents, or developers? It has to be considered. If closed or barrier streets open free to traffic, that I heard a comment, who will pay for each property to have their own fence if they don't want to close it, to have the safety that we have right now? All the streets with speed bumps. Miami Shores has a problem with the speed bumps. With the speed, we just saw before the meeting, a lady was hit outside. Who served her? Police department that was here. All of them run out and serve them. It will be better for each project if it's discussed individually. Personally, I think that the mistakes or maybe the problem here is that we put everything together into a big plan, but we don't discuss individually each project. Why is important? Because each particular projects have their own plans, their own heights, their own kind of. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Scott Smith. I live at 358 Northeast 101st Street in Miami Shores. I speak for Barry University, but I'm also an 11-year resident of Miami Shores. My wife and I, we live less than 2 blocks from the library, and we're close to the central business core of the village. I support the plan, and I ask that you vote yes. Let me briefly explain why from both positions. During the time, we've raised 3 kids in the neighborhood. My wife, kids, and I have been active members in the community. Examples include the Shores Chamber, youth basketball coach, scouting, planning and volunteering for Plaza 98, Earth and Unity Day, the Children's Bike to School Day, just to name a few. As a member of the executive leadership team here at Barry, over the years, my role has evolved. I've looked at student safety, student housing, student health, counseling activities, and more. Both as a Barry University officer and a resident with my wife, we have an 11-year history that demonstrates our commitment to the greater good of the shores and partnerships that benefit both. Village University partnerships include extending the Miami Shores Police presence at Barry University, student discounts and incentives with local businesses, Lime Bike mobility, summer camp offerings, and access to the athletic fields and our athletic spaces for youth. In this case, Barry University has a large number of graduate students who need additional housing options in close proximity to campus and would benefit from easier access to our student support services. Housing our students would bring great economic and community benefits to the shores. I bring all of these experiences to the table and believe that a vote is yes. It's good for Miami Shores and Barry University. More specifically, a stronger Barry means a stronger Miami Shores. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Boyd Pugh. I'm a two-time Barry alum, and I've been working in Miami Shores for over 30 years. I currently serve as the Vice President for University Administration, and in that capacity, I'm also the Chief Human Resource Officer for the institution. First, I want to thank the Village Council on this extremely important work on behalf of the entire community. In my role, one of the many things I consistently hear from our faculty and staff is the inability to live close to where they are employed, resulting in longer commute times, difficulty balancing work and family, and ultimately higher stress levels. To address housing needs and to bring greater economic benefit to the Miami Shores community, it is imperative for the village to bring a wider array of housing options to the larger community. Barry University is the largest employer within the village, and these options are critical to our faculty, staff, and our students who work here and are part of this community. On behalf of the entire employee base today and in the future, I ask the village to vote yes on the comprehensive plan, and thank you again for your time and your tireless efforts to make this community great for everyone, and happy holidays.
Hi, Nancy Dawson, 305 Northeast 91st Street. I'm asking you to vote no. I think it's interesting that our neighbor Victor has never been here before, and yet it didn't occur to me that there's so many residents, or I should say tax-paying owners, homeowners, who are agreeing with the same thing. No one ever said we weren't willing to grow. We have asked, and me specifically has asked since July's meeting, every single meeting, and no one has an answer as to why you have chosen not to hire the consultants to give us impact studies. All we've ever asked for is we want to know exactly, step by step, in an educated format, simulation studies, exactly what our community is going to turn into. Every challenge that comes along the way is predictable, and to show us what's going to happen, whether it's how many people coming onto the streets or into the buildings when they have to go to their new jobs in their new office buildings. Most people, you're talking about crime. We're not talking about the residents committing crime against other homeowners. We're saying that anyone who moves in, we all bring ancillary facility or different people that come with us. There's a lot of people that would be coming and going out of our community, and we just want to know how it's going to look, how we're going to respond to those new challenges, and we deserve to know before you vote. There's one other language I'd like to have addressed on the barricades. I think there's some tricky language at the end that I think that the village attorney or someone should be addressing, because it said that at the very end there was a tagline that said, as long as it is in compliance with the police or the, the law. But my understanding is that if the barricades would not currently be approved, and if right now, for lack of a better term, they're grandfathered in, there needs to be language there that says nothing in Miami Shores, in any of the things that you're putting in place is going to change that.
Oh. Sorry, I need my glasses.
Good evening. My name is Beth Riney Bartoletti. I'm at 17 Northeast 109th Street. I grew up here in Miami Shores. My parents moved here in 1964 and raised 6 children here. My dad passed away 10 years ago, but my 93-year-old mother still lives here. Why? Because it's a village. She knows her neighbors. Her kids went to school here. This is where she feels at home. When the 90th anniversary fireworks were happening, my nieces happened to be in town. One of them said, "Grandma's older than Miami Shores." I moved away for college and graduate school, and for 19 years after that, I returned 10 years ago. I would venture to say that most of us who have been here a while, and maybe even some more recent arrivals, chose Miami Shores because of its convenient location, small town feel, community center, diversity, and charming aesthetic. With all the tearing down and building of new homes, I'm afraid it's begun to lose some of that charm. We will lose it altogether if our population grows by 75% as it's projected to. Where will the new families send their kids to school? How much worse will the traffic get? How will the police response time change? When my sister visited recently, she and I took a walk over to the bay. As we looked out over the water, she remarked, "This really is Pleasantville." If you increase the density, you're going to turn Pleasantville into Unpleasantville. Please don't. I know I speak for a lot of people, including my 93-year-old mother, who's lived here more than half her life. And it seems like I'm speaking for a majority of the people when I say please vote no, at least not with a better plan.
My name is Pat Toomey. I live at 438 Grand Concourse. I think the question before us tonight is, and in this whole process, is very simple. A choice between government of the people, by the people, and for the people, or government of special interests, by special interests, and for special interests. I find it fascinating that the facilitator from the November 30 workshop, which my wife and I both attended, said this evening that those of us who did show up that night were a quote-unquote not balanced audience. I'm not sure what he meant by that subjective opinion. My wife and I and the others who showed up that evening were willing to invest our time in participating in the process of self-government, opposed the proposed plan revisions by a huge margin. Somehow that allegedly made us not balanced. A workshop was convened at significant public expense, and the people who chose to participate opposed the proposed changes. Instead of those concerns being recognized, they seem to be discounted. From the bigger picture, the attendance at that workshop is consistent with the attendance at the meeting that was here on October 18, the attendance at the meeting over on 2nd Avenue on the 6th, and from what I can see, most of the people here this evening who are not affiliated with Barry. It's consistent with the yard signs that are dotting the lawns, front lawns throughout the shores. I see more yard signs regarding this comp plan, every one of them in opposition, than I've ever seen in any presidential election, and my memory of that goes back to 1988. My wife and I have lived here since 1987. Only once during the barricade battle of 1988 have I ever seen public opinion so galvanized in this village. And the people of the village who show up at these meetings, who sign the petition, I don't see any counter petition, by the way, who put the signs up, I'm not seeing any counter signs, and who show up the meetings and the workshops to attend these, to express their views, are pretty consistent in their views, like the woman who just spoke before me, in terms of a quality of life, an urban oasis, something that has existed for decades, that attracted my wife and I to move here, that allowed us to raise both of our children here, one of whom is very educated, you know, and we think that that's going to be lost, and we really think there's no lack of public input in this process. Thank you.
Good evening. Woo. I live at 271 Northeast 95th Street. My name is Tracy Bitton. And first I would like to thank Miss Alice Burke for her the speech that you gave. It really resonated with me in the sense that I am against this plan for one simple reason, that I am close to the proximity of Northeast 2nd Avenue. I'm that household. There's a group of us that live close to where you're planning to put 5 stories, 50 feet, 40 feet, swimming pools. I heard this evening, this young lady mentioned they're going to put swimming pools, and there are no umpires. There isn't a clear plan. I don't know what that looks like. I don't have any idea. There haven't been any studies on the traffic. 95th Street is a speedway. that goes from I-95 straight down to Fifth Avenue. The cars cut in and out. The trash would be a terrible problem. People throw garbage out from Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks on our street, morning, noon, and night. Dogs are getting hit, cats are found crushed all over the roads, and you want to pile in more people. So for the people like myself, and I speak for all of my neighbors who have small children that could not be here this evening, you haven't done enough studies. So for the most of you that have this idea of shops and what it may look like, yes, it does need to be improved. There must be something to be done, but you have to study more to see what the impacts are going to be. And there are no good empires, and I want to know what it's going to look like with a 5-story building next to me that's going to block the sunlight, and I'm not going to have the same type of quietness that I've had in the last 9 years of my home. So please take your time and study and see what kind of changes you can make, because you talk about Barry, that's a different situation. You talk about 105th, that's another situation. But you really don't have any idea or any visuals for people like myself that live within the downtown area that want to see what that's going to look like, that change. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm AJ Nichols, Northwest 106th Street, proud resident since 1992.
So sorry to interrupt you. Through the chair, I just have a quick statement. No, I respect everybody making comments, but I do want to keep comments to facts. At no point did we say Second Avenue is going to be 5 stories. That Second Avenue is not going to be 5 stories. I just want to say that because people are listening. We didn't talk about swim pools. I don't want to make this, I don't want anyone to feel like we are discrediting how they feel about this, but I can't stress this enough. Their feelings and their facts. And the fact is, we literally just debated what is going to happen on Second Avenue. We literally just debated, and this is honest guys, we have been listening. We just talked about this. Nothing in terms of density on Second Avenue is actually changing. Nothing. If anything, it's being decreased by 1 unit per acre. Facts are facts. No, there is no 5 stories. We just said 40 feet?
Oh, come on. Oh, don't.
No, because public comment is important, but public comment is based, I want it to be based on what we're talking about so that when you guys are done, we can have a real debate. Because if people are saying things that are not based in fact, there is a tendency for people to discredit it and not take it into account. And everyone's opinions and everyone's comments should be respected. But there's only so much of it that will be respected if half of what you're saying isn't true. That's it. Sorry.
I know you were compelled to speak, but if you spoke every time somebody say something false, you'll be speaking after every other person.
No problem at all. AJ Nichols, 113 Northwest 106th Street, proud resident since '92. And one of the main reasons I chose this location was because I looked very carefully to see if anything possibly could be built around me. When Biscayne Dog Track went out of business, I was panicked, but I was very relieved that Barry University took over with the assumption that it would just be schools and perhaps dormitories and that, nothing else. I did attend the Barry University presentation at the church, and I did, I thought I heard 4 or 5 stories. I'm not going to start that, but I did take pictures. I did take pictures also of the neighborhood workshop that we went to, and I thought this was an intensely brief disservice to what the amazing brain power came up with at that meeting. And the reason I hope that you are receiving a much more detailed report. I took a picture of all of our recommendations from our group. I took a picture of every single piece on that bulletin board, and we have specific recommendations. And we did not reconvene as tables because we had done our job. And we're all very concerned. And I'm frankly terrified and wondering if I have to sell my house, because my neighborhood will change forever, because there's something called precedence. Commissioner Katie Sorensen put it as the camel's nose under the tent, that once you allow the camel's nose under the tent, the whole camel is under the tent. And if you allow one, you allow them all. And, you know, we currently have a Northwest 2nd Avenue that's barely able to handle the traffic. We don't have sewers. We don't have infrastructure. I know that the county has waived developers having to pay for infrastructure, and I don't want that tax burden to fall on the residents. 600 units, I mean, it's my worst nightmare. I never thought it was even possible. And I have so much more to say, but I appreciate being able to say that much. We really are putting a lot into this as residents.
For the record, it's after 9 p.m., so public comments is limited to 1 minute. Thank you.
My name is Robert Menji, and I live at 1102 Northeast 105 Street. I just wanted to bring to your attention something known as the Constitution of the United States, and right up in front of that Constitution, it says, "We the people." It doesn't say, "We the developers," it doesn't say, "We the special interests," it doesn't say, "We the elected officials." It says, "We the people." The people are here, they've been attending, they've been engaging you. And I'm proud of all of you because you have engaged the people. We're involved. It's just time for you to listen. Think about values, quality of life, and the future of the village. Just don't change the character. Work with us. What's the rush? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carter Winkle. I live at 145 Northeast 98th Street. I speak to you today as a 20-year resident of Miami Shores who actively serves on the board of directors for Doctors Charter School, Miami Theater Center, Miami Chamber of Commerce, and the Miami Shores Community Alliance, and not in my capacity as a faculty member at Barry University. I don't entirely agree with all of the plan. I've talked to Dr. Allen about that myself. My husband and I have lived in a number of shores in the village, and we're currently renovating a 1925 bungalow 3 homes west of Northeast 2nd Avenue. We chose to purchase a home in downtown district with a specific intention so that we could afford ourselves of the long-promised downtown vibrancy and sustainable restaurants, shops, and amenities. We strongly support a higher density mixed-use designation for downtown Miami Shores. In relation to the Barry University property that previously had been the Biscayne Kennel Club, we strongly support densities in line with the 30 to 25 units per acre comprised of townhomes or low-rise apartment units. The university, DCS, as well as other local businesses would benefit from the development of more affordable housing options beyond single-family homes, which would become out of reach for educators who serve a public good. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Celeste Landeros. I'm at 33 Northwest 118th, which is La Paloma. I'm one of your neighbors. I am a Barry professor, and I am here as a dog walker. So you might not recognize my face, but you may have seen the pugs as we go through the neighborhood from Northwest 125th to Northwest 103rd. I'm in Miami Shores Weekly. One place I avoid is Northwest 2nd Quadrant to Northwest 6th. I went there yesterday, and it's just what I remembered. I found condoms. I found the points of cigars where I guess people are using the paper to wrap something else. I found alcohol bottles. Those are the people who are coming there at night now without any development. That neighborhood, that part of our neighborhood is blighted, that part that we share. And I ask this council to please allow for development there. People are concerned about security. I feel it will be much more secure with residents living there than with the nighttime visitors whose detritus my dogs and I find there in the morning.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Sade at 261 Northeast 102nd, and I live 2 doors down from Northeast 2nd Avenue. I'm commenting today again, you've seen me before, because I want to make sure you know that there are many, many residents of the village who are in favor of the proposed comp plan. I hope you will listen to all your residents and not just a vocal minority. Yes, there's a lot of people here, and the same people attend every meeting, but it still only represents a minority of the overall population of the village. It saddens me to walk downtown and see so many storefronts closed and very little foot traffic, especially in the evenings. I believe that smart development with proper offsets, height limits, and appropriate buffers next to the single-family areas will help create a vibrant downtown that people walk to, not drive to. A design guide should be implemented to help ensure that any development is consistent and adheres to recommended characteristics. I'm told a proposed one was approved in 2016. I attended one of the Barry University meetings and thought their proposal will be a vast improvement over the existing empty, blighted lots, as the person spoke earlier. Sorry. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bogdan Durban. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I serve as the Dean of the School of Business at Barry University. I'm also a PhD economist by training, and I would like tonight to point out what the consensus is among economists and policymakers with respect to land use regulations. There's really overwhelming evidence that these types of restrictions hurt economic growth locally and nationally by hundreds of billions of dollars. They reduce vitality, income, they cut off people from housing, from job and educational opportunities, and they limit the growth of America's most dynamic corporations. Overall, they reduce prosperity for metropolitan areas like Miami. On a more personal note, I want to mention that I moved to Miami about a year ago, and I looked into rental units, I looked to buy something. There are no good options for me given my personal circumstances. Hopefully we can become neighbors in the near future. Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Murray. I serve as the provost at Barry University, and I'm a former resident of the village. I want to thank the council for their consideration of this amendment. I'm encouraging you to vote yes on this amendment because it'll enrich the Miami Shores community. It'll transform and beautify what is currently a blighted, unsightly area. It'll also bring in new additional students and staff and faculty and help house them. It has the potential to increase needed and valuable tax revenues to the village, and there are a number of checks and balances to mitigate negative aspects of this proposal that people may think that exist. For example, concerns about parking and traffic. This proposal could integrate the life of the university with the village of Miami Shores. Healthy town-gown relations enhance the livability of towns like Miami Shores. Please vote yes on the amendment, and thank you.
Billy, I live here 20-something years. I don't understand if people don't even live here, they get to talk. That makes no sense to me. Really, that makes no sense to me. All right, you're wasting our time. My minute was taken away. That makes no sense. Very unethical of whoever's in charge of that. Okay? 105th, commercial. I live right there on the canal for over 20 years. We shouldn't make that commercial and keep it commercial. There's a lot of shootouts there. Okay? There's a lot of riffraff going around there. So that's a bad idea. Biscayne Boulevard. That light there, it's like I-95. Why don't we work on underground electricity? Why don't we work on our police force? Why don't we better our fire people? Why don't we do that first before we start adding all these people, lowering the housing? If you can't live here, get out of here. Really, I want to have multifamily. I want millionaires here. I don't want $300,000 houses. No, I don't. No, I don't. Okay, we shouldn't change everything for professors that are trying to save their job. Okay, drive like I drive. It's not my responsibility or the village's responsibility to house you. Go to another school and work there. But thank you.
Sorry. Carry on.
Jan Domaleski, 285 Northeast 91st Street. I have to say that I'm surprised. I voted for you in good faith, that you would represent me, my interests, and those of Miami Shores as a whole. The original plan proposes the increased population density by 74%. I'll send you the figures if you don't believe that. This is a plan that has no traffic studies, a plan that has no data on the impact of our schools, a plan that has no data on the effect of a police force, a plan that has no data on the increase in noise levels, a plan that has no data on the impact of our septic, sewer, and water infrastructure. It's a shoddy plan. It reflects poorly on both the Village Council and on the consultants of Calvin Giardo and Associates. Voting for this comprehensive plan version tonight, whether it's intentional, stemming from your own motives, or unintentional due to your lack of understanding of the consequences. A vote for this plan as it stands is clearly a vote against the wishes of the residents of Miami Shores, and that's a surely neglect of your duty.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julie Isha. I reside at 30 Northeast 93rd Street. I am a resident and an employee at Barry University. As a new resident by comparison to many in the room, my family appreciates many things about the Shores, the most top of mind being the communities that welcomed us with open arms upon our arrival. These are our neighbors, our education and faith community at St. Rose, and the vibrant community at Barry University where I serve. They invited us to parties, included us in traditions, left flowers, notes, and dinners on our porch, all before even knowing our names. We relocated as a family of 4 from Washington, D.C. My real estate team can attest, and I met many in this room, to a 5-month house hunt and 12 contracts. It was hard, we wanted to give up, and we were set financially to be competitive buyers. We need alternative housing options. I want to say a word about why I'm excited to serve Barry. We have a record number of applications, and what we as a leadership team are doing is working hard to support the students who choose us. We want to create pathways for success to our students and the Miami businesses they'll lead in the future. This takes dedicated leadership, innovation, and financial investment. I encourage the council to vote tonight and to vote yes on the comp plan so the village can move forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Warren Bittner. My address is 287 Northeast 96th Street. I'm a resident of Miami Shores since 1991. That's almost 32 years. And I love living here. And by the way, Councilman Martinsburg, I signed the petition tonight, and I used my correct address, as did my husband. Now, the single-family character of the community is what is most appealing to me about Miami Shores. The increase of density proposed by this amendment is dramatic in my view. Among other things, Councilman LaFleur, you are changing a parking lot designation to mixed use. That must, by definition, be an increase in density. The last thing that this will improve is the traffic on 96th Street. Traffic is a problem on 96th Street. Another major objection to this proposal is the height of 4 stories. There is no 4 stories in building west of the FEC tracks except for the Grand Concourse apartment building. Okay, thank you very much.
I want to take an opportunity to remind everyone that the rules prohibit you addressing council members by name and directly.
My name is Ruben Farach. I live at 114 Northeast 109th Street. I just want to go on the record as being against the proposal. Once you let this genie out of the bottle, it cannot be put back in. So I don't see a rush to increase the density of my neighborhood. I'm also afraid of the future, what's going to happen in the future. I mean, it's no secret. You know, Barry has financial woes. They've been circling the drain for years, and when ultimately it does fail, what's going to happen with the rest of the property? Am I going to be living behind a shanty town? So I just want to be on the record as saying I'm a no. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Sheila McMahon. I'm a professor at Barry University. I'm a social worker by trade, and so one of my jobs is to listen. So what I've heard is many important needs that people have expressed in the community. Needs for predictability, for stability, for order, for structure, for clarity, and especially for trust. At Barry, I think, as the gentleman before me just expressed, we also have needs for financial stability. That I think that this plan, and the president and I often find ourselves on the opposite side of issues, but I think he's got a good strategy. Of the cockamamie schemes I've seen since I've lived in Miami the last 6 years of urban sprawl and casinos proposals and so on, housing is actually a wonderful opportunity. And I just ask the residents of Miami Shores, my colleagues at Barry, and all of you on the council to continue to work together because I think this is a really incredible opportunity to find creative strategies to meet all of our needs. Thank you.
Good evening. Peter Hosfeld, 246 Northeast 92nd Street. It's not easy being in opposition. You have to speak out, get out, stand out in a different way than the easy way of agreement, especially when speaking against power. It can be disagreeable, uncomfortable, energy and time consuming. 1,436 signatures later, and I'll give 30 some of those, and an unprecedented turnout at the previous first reading vote gave us hope that the council would reflect on the fact that most of us do not approve of the current iteration of the amendment. I met recently with Miami Beach Commissioner Kristen Rosen Gonzalez, who has successfully been combating overdevelopment in her district. When hearing of our numbers, she told me there's no way the council can vote for that in face of this opposition. So I guess she doesn't know this council. It occurred to me then that we are not the opposition here. This council is.
Good evening. Maria McGinnis, 1250 Northeast 101st Street. I had more comments because I have a limitation on time. I'm just going to get to the chase. As you know, my position stays the same because nothing that you all have discussed has changed. I attended everything. I've been to the workshops. I've listened to people. We've given you solutions. You don't want to hear them. You hear them. You don't want to implement them. That's fine. So my position's the same. I oppose the proposed comp plan amendments because they don't comply with the spirit or the letter of the law in Chapter 163. Miami Shores' annual rate of population growth is 1% based on the 2010 and the 2020 census. The document in Exhibit A says 14%. This plan talks about 32%. That's a 220% increase over what it is. It's going to add about 4,000 more residents. But there's no studies, no surveys, no data, no analysis to determine the impact on services and facilities. That's not reasonable. That's reckless. The mission of the strategic plan states serving our community with integrity, transparency, compassion. Vote no, please.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Ludwig, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Barry University. I, too, have heard a lot of differences tonight. I was going to tell you all those reasons that you should vote yes, but what I'd like you to do is please listen, vote what's in your hearts and what's in the law and what's in the good interest of the village. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Trina Crispin, 600 Northeast 98th Street. I was born in Caracas, Venezuela, where I thought I was going to spend the rest of my life, but a small group of people stole my country from me and from 7 million people that have fled the country. And I came to the States following the American dream for the people, by the people, and I'm facing the same situation all over again. We have 1,400 petitions, well, 1,427 since you took the 4 out. But, and you know that the only people that have agreed of this plan are the Barry University people, staff, not the single family homeowners. Please, this is gonna follow you. This is your legacy to turn your back against us if you vote yes. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Perry Alexander. I live at 262 Northeast 96th Street. I've lived here since 1960. I grew up here. I love Miami Shores. I appreciate the tough job you guys have. I'm Tracy's neighbor and Warren's neighbor, and I live on the Dunkin' Donuts block. And it's really bad already. I can't get out of my driveway in the morning. This traffic's backed up, making a left turn on 2nd Avenue all the way halfway down the block, almost to 3rd Avenue. And everybody's flying down the alleyways, trash everywhere. You guys shrank the street too. I don't know if it's you or the county, but by putting in those storm drains, you took away half of the curb, and now it's death-defying walking down 96th Street. It's really scary. And it's changing the community dramatically. I'm in real estate. I'm a banker. I know once the Pandora's box is open with this change, Lennar is going to gobble up all these properties. You instantly make those property owners downtown and elsewhere very wealthy, and they're going to flip the land. It's all going to get torn down. It's all going to go vertical, and there's going to be massive congestion. You guys will probably be long gone. I'll probably still be there, but I'm against it.
Good evening, Mike Carney, 235 Grand Concourse. Too much density, too soon. It's just that simple. Listen, this is a done deal. This has been a done deal for months. You asked for more transparency. You asked for more process. We got it. It was a fait accompli from the beginning, okay? This vote is a yes. This village, to some extent, I agree, has heard but not listened, okay? It seems like an undemocratic process, and I'll repeat myself. It appears that there are too many developers and too many lobbyists on this council. It creates an appearance of impropriety for the people in this room and the people who I talk to. And I know we're not allowed to address each other by name. I was addressed by name, as was my wife, at the beginning of this meeting. And by the way, I think that's fair. I think the vice mayor and I can have a fair dispute about that. And I think that the folks at Barry University are great people. And I think you're advocating for a great cause. We get it, okay? Vote no. Okay? Thanks.
Good evening, Antonio Chiarella, 10666 Northeast 10th Place, 26 years Miami Shore resident. I would like to express my opposition to the comp plan in its current form. It is quite obvious that the comp plan will add a great number of additional units, which will translate in additional density. But lacking in this whole process are the studies to show what such growth or expansion can mean for a community. What is going to happen to our water and sewer? What's going to happen to our waste collection, our traffic, our police and emergency services, environmental impact? These studies are not only needed from a planning standpoint. We have become aware that these studies and evaluations are required by the state of Florida. Approving this plan in its current form will not only be irresponsible, it will be in violation of Florida statute. I am not in opposition of growth and density, but any growth of this magnitude has to be supported by solid data and following the statutes of the state. Thank you.
Jesse Valinsky, 9780 Northeast 5th Avenue Road. Believe it or not, I actually wasn't going to speak tonight, but I just jotted down a couple things. So we've been told that there's not going to be low-income housing at Barry, yet we're supposed to believe that students and teachers are going to be affording these like really fancy luxury things that they were showing us in the pictures. It just doesn't seem like a reality to me, that they're actually going to be building housing that students are going to be affording there, unless it's going to be low income. So there's a disconnect there. I also don't understand how increasing density gets us back to the thriving downtown of the 60s and 70s. Was there like a lot of density back then that I don't know about? So I guess do we want a downtown that serves Miami Shores, or are we trying to attract all of Miami to our downtown? Is that what a thriving downtown is? I don't know that that's what people want. There's expertise in this room, and it's never fighting for the things that we want. It's always trying to tell us, oh, well, you're wrong about this little thing, wrong about this little thing. Like, Okay, if that's how you want to use your expertise. What we have now is more valuable than anything that you are trying to accomplish with this.
I would ask that you vote no. I am a resident of Miami Shores, 1350 Northeast 102 Street, for almost 27 years. And I'm
Sorry,
a
ma'am.
realtor. And I'm sorry, Karen Alvarez, and I'm a realtor. And the reason I say I'm a realtor is because I know values. And all I'm hearing about from the Barry people who don't even live here is affordability. But I was at the Barry meeting where they discussed what they were going to build and showed the pictures of what they were thinking was going to go up. And it isn't, and they said fair market value prices when they build them. Well, I bought my house 27 years ago for $240,000. My house is worth $2 million today. So how are they going to afford to live in brand new construction that is not even compared to what I paid, which is what they would probably want, okay? And it doesn't make any sense because there's no affordability that's going to be built. They even clearly said that. So it's very misleading that nobody has addressed this. The gentleman who was just up here is on point. He's on fleek. Okay? He is so right about what he said. We love what we have. If downtown needs to grow, then advertise, market it, do something to build the ability for it to have more business. I love going downtown.
My name is Adela Gonzalez, and I live in 262 Northeast 93rd Street, just half a block from Northeast 2nd. I completely oppose this plan. I mean, I have no idea what you were thinking about, except maybe your own illusion of what a community looks like. Our village, as we know it, will be completely destroyed, and I know that from experience. I lived in a beautiful village back home, and it was just like that, little pretty houses with pretty trees, everybody walked, there was a little downtown, and they started allowing construction. Commercial, multifamily homes. The little pretty village that we had no longer exists. It's insane. The schools grew, the supermarkets grew, everything grew in order to accept all that new population, and it got destroyed. This is exactly what you're planning for our village. As a tax-paying homeowner in Miami Shores, I have no idea what you're thinking about. This is a terrible idea. Have a good night.
Good evening. I'm Gene Drody. I live at 1118 Northeast 105th Street. I lived in Miami Shores for around 60 years, not in that house. I don't know how anyone who drives down Biscayne Boulevard, Miami Avenue, 2nd Avenue, 107th Street, Griffin Boulevard, 96th Street, can even imagine increasing the density of this town or of any town. Are we going to widen Biscayne Boulevard? I haven't seen that in the plan. You know, that might help. It's utterly ridiculous to think, and density is just cheap growth. We don't need to get bigger. We need to get better. Can we do better with what we got and not just add, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 people, however many? I've been keeping a little scorecard here, and I think there's been 40 people speaking, 26 against, and 13 for. And of the fours, 9 of those identified themselves as being from Barry University. I mean, is that a conflict of interest? Why don't we have Lennar here? Let's bring Lennar in. Let's see, have them put badges on and line up and say, yo, great idea, great idea, great. That's the only person that's a great idea for us, Barry. I love Barry College. I love all you guys. Have a great day.
Good evening, Sarah McSherry, 1293 Northeast 95th Street. Councilwoman St. Fleur, you asked for facts. Okay. Council people, we had a statement this evening about the number of single-family homes on Northwest 112th Terrace. It was stated at 10. There are actually 16 single-family homes on Northwest 112th Terrace. Another fact, our zoning code currently reads, it is the intention of this ordinance to preserve and enhance the one-family residential character of the village, making provision for such other uses as will contribute to this end, prohibiting such uses as would be in conflict therewith, and strictly limiting the intensity and extent of permitted uses, the intensification and expansion of which would detract from the predominantly one-family residential character of the village, impair property values, or disturb the sense of security of community character that is inseparable part of the enjoyment of the ownership of property. I would like for one of you to ask our experts, our lawyers, anyone, is there any conflict with this statement?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
And if so, are we rewriting this?
Hey, good evening, Ronnie Guilleng, 230 Northeast 102nd Street. Here are some additional facts. The Community Planning Act requires public notice throughout all stages of this process. Public notice is basically an ad in the newspaper. Sounds quaint, but it's what the law requires. Council met on October 6th and November 15th and voted on changes to the comp plan without having advertised the required notice. The village can't pick and choose when to comply with the notice requirement. All meetings related to the comp plan are subject to the notice requirement. This is because courts for the last 40 to 50 years have consistently held that this notice is jurisdictional. No notice, no authority to act. And because it's jurisdictional, strict compliance is required. Any deviation from the notice requirement and the whole process is null and void. But most importantly, the notice is a non-discretionary ministerial act, and the failure to comply means that it can be challenged right away. No need to wait until after second reading. If council moves forward tonight, you'll do so on shaky legal grounds.
Carol Ennis, Respondic, 1162 Northeast 105th Street. Last weekend, I attended the Barry site tour. Standing in the large parking lot for an hour, I could fully understand the need to develop this area into something more useful and greener. We all understand the need for more housing in our area and Barry's statement that they need to sell the land. I met some of the neighbors from the area. What I heard from them were two things: the concern for the potential of another 1,000+ cars on their small residential streets where there are no easy ways to access larger roads, and the dismay that more children could move into an area already stressed for schools. I have been imploring you for over a year now to listen to the residents of the neighborhoods that you seek to change. The Barry area residents deserve that attention too. The discussion on the comp plan has really exhausted a lot of people. We all know that. I hope you will appreciate the voices of those that have been continually asking you to follow your initial directive and just fix the errors and omissions in the comp plan. We are now only 4 months away from the next election. The next council will be responsible for the ear and whatever amendments are included at that time. Please vote no tonight.
My name is Linda Schwartz, 1304 Northeast 104th Street. I think today we accomplished something. We have gotten away from stories to the actual heights, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate, you said I can't say councilmen's names, but I do appreciate this lady over here for her hard work and for her true dedication to Miami Shores. I do need to correct this gentleman over here. The hustle and bustle of the 60s, no. Miami Shores was always a quiet town. We never really had nightlife here. We did have there were 2 children on our street. Their grandmother owned a little dress shop for children. We had a wonderful 5 and Dime that the kids got slushies at. We had a nice florist shop, but we never had restaurants. We didn't have any of that. What Miami Shores is doing is in the right direction. However, we need to slow down.
Thank you very much.
Bill Davis, 56 years in Miami Shores, 5 generations, 9022 Northeast 8th Avenue. I've been here a long, long time and seen a lot of things, from a dog racetrack to a functioning hotel to many other things. 2nd Avenue, when I grew up, it was functioning. Politics got involved. Everything wanted to get bigger. Everything wanted to get run out. Mom and pop stores got bought out, taken out. Realtors came in, spent lots of money. Get the politics out of Second Avenue. Second Avenue will come back. You all talk about different properties and what it's zoned for and how it's been coded. The last council that did that had a functioning hotel. They had a functioning out there where Barry University had just bought that property and received a $27 million bond to build buildings on that property. What happened to the $27 million? All right, are we going to receive taxes once this property's built? Because Barry doesn't pay taxes right now. Okay? But I love Barry. I have graduates from Barry. I went to Barry. Closing note, I wouldn't want to be in your positions. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Eli Bravo, 1234 Northeast 94th Street, and resident for 19 years. I always have said please vote no, and seems like the vote is going to be yes. I don't know yet. We as a community, we need to first come together. There's a lot of division. I heard insults. There's a lot of acrimony, I think is the word in English, but it's really bad what's happening. And we need to keep fighting. We need to create a legal fund because eventually we need to get legal action against the city. We need to get together and we need to let know other people what's happening because a lot of our neighbors, they don't know yet. And also, we need to create a new council. I voted for this council, and now I'm going to actively try to change this council as much as I can because it's not representing not just my interest. What I perceive is the majority, what they want. It's not we've been here told that this is a small minority or something like that, a very loud minority. Yeah, I know we're being loud. We've been loud because we care about this. And I know other people here also care. Let's do it in democracy, but we need to play the democracy
Thank
game.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, Hutch Gervitz, 95th Street, Miami Shores. And I think this is my fourth or fifth time, and it's in my heart, my blood. I just can't sit back without saying my same old thing. But I just want to know, because I hear it's Barry University, 105th Street, and then the downtown. Why does we all have to vote on everything now for all three? Why can't we take it individually? It seems like Barry University has a case, downtown has a case, the residents have a case. Why can't we take it piecemeal and decide on what's for the best for each individual's place? Rather than what's good, if we vote everything in, then everyone gets the same thing. And it's not, if we just maybe divide it out a little bit, maybe it'll be helpful. But now I can feel good because I talked to my counsel.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Camille Hirsch, 102 Northeast 109th Street. I will be brief with my 1 minute. I've asked this before, but I haven't had an answer. Why? I'm very intrigued. Why is Barry? It feels to me like Barry is really asking us to save them. And as a taxpayer of Miami Shores, direct neighbor to the university, I just do not understand why I need to be responsible to save a private entity. Again, if their student needs housing, then it's your responsibility to build new dorms for your staff. I cannot be responsible if they cannot afford housing in Miami Shores. I'm not quite sure what that means about the university. So while I appreciate everyone having a voice, I think it's very important to remember who actually lives here and pays taxes here. My second comment is about a vibrant downtown. When Northeast 2nd is developed as proposed, I'm curious, how are the small owners shop? Thank you.
Good evening, Ian DeMello, 46 Southwest 1st Street from the law firm of Schuman Bass. Our founding partner, John Schuman, had hoped to be here to address you as well this evening, but he could not join us because he's in traveling. On behalf of our client, Barry University, we are here this evening in support of proposed future land use amendments that affect the use of Barry's property and Barry's property rights, and also promote important federal, state, and local policies to provide additional housing by facilitating multifamily development in the village. As set forth in detail in our December 13th letter, which was previously submitted for the record, and I have copies here as well, federal law and policies, including the Fair Housing Act, reject the unsupported, exclusionary zoning demands you have heard this evening that plainly seek to prevent the construction of new housing types in favor of single-family homes, which has the effect of excluding protected individuals by making unavailable or denying housing. Moving forward to do so will likely expose the village to claims of violating the Fair Housing Act. Further, the mandatory housing element of Chapter 163 requires the village to amend their comprehensive plan and provide housing types of all types and meet the need of all current and anticipated population.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can I have a letter? Mr. Shubin. Mr. Shubin.
DeMello.
No, this is the one you gave last time, right? That we received? Okay. All right.
Good evening, Brandon Spurk, 1200 Northeast 97th Street. I would encourage you not to be intimidated by the likes of those kinds of threats. I don't think that we're in any jeopardy of being litigated against because we happen to disagree with multifamily housing. Fact of the matter is, this is a single-family neighborhood. It should remain a single-family neighborhood. Some responsible development is appropriate, but this comp plan isn't that. I would encourage you to please, please, please vote no. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sherry McMillan. I'm Associate General Counsel at Barry University at 11300 Northeast 2nd Avenue. Florida law requires that a comprehensive plan must have a mandatory housing element. The housing element is required to express standards that reflect the creation and preservation of affordable housing for all current and anticipated future residents, which includes adequate sites and distribution of housing for a range of incomes and types of housing. This is mandatory, not optional. The population projections by the village and its consultants demonstrate a minimum need of 566 new dwelling units in the village to accommodate the future population. That means the village must find a place for at least 566 new dwelling units somewhere in the village. Currently, 85% of the village is single family. This means that the 566 new dwelling units must be different types of housing units to accommodate housing for a range of all incomes and types. The Barry property is the only undeveloped property in the village capable of accommodating the required new multifamily dwelling units, which is why the village and its consultants have recommended designating it mixed use.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Patricia Kochi. I moved here in 1954. I was 12. I grew up in the community center. I've gone through it. I've taught there for 44 years, plus actually. Anyway, I don't want to see what's happening. I don't want to see commercial added to 105th Street. It's wrong because that's where everything's going to go. It's not going to stay. And I appreciate the discussion one councilwoman made. And by the way, the young lady, you forgot the hardware store. But we have supported downtown Miami Shores all of our lives. A lot of us that live here, a lot of us use the gas station there to get our cars fixed. You go to Pizza Fiore, best pizza you can have. You go to any of the places down there. Don't talk to the people that do go down there. I don't know who you're talking to that nobody goes there. And if the businesses aren't doing well, they don't seem to be bad, but then again, I'm not a business person. But again, please, we are residents. We pay taxpayers. The people that spoke that don't live here, they don't pay taxpayers. We do.
Thank you,
and we elected you, wanting you to represent us. Thank you.
Good evening. Leanna Kozlowski with Bills and Sumberg, law offices at 1450 Brickell Avenue. I just want to point out, I'm here today on behalf of Barry University. I want to point out that some in the opposition are opposing the comprehensive plan and the designation of the Barry property as neighborhood mixed use, and they're citing to a pending challenge between DEO and the city of Gainesville. This case was mentioned earlier. That case has no relevance to the proposed amendment before you tonight. In its comments objecting to the comp plan amendment, the state cites to section 163.3177 of the Florida statutes I know you all are familiar with that language by now. The issue in Gainesville was that the city was eliminating single-family land and replacing it with low-density multifamily, literally doubling the allowable density in all of its existing single-family neighborhoods. We're talking there about 8,500 acres. Miami Shores is not doing that. The only connection between the Gainesville case is the mandatory housing element. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Isabel, let it ring twice. Let it ring twice. Because I always stop at after the second.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Carter McDowell, also with Bills and Sunberg, representing Barry. You've heard that the proposed change of Barry is going to somehow overwhelm the village. It's not even an intensification of the use on the property as it exists today. It is, in fact, a reduction in what is allowed today. The property is designated institutional. Under that designation, this property we're talking about could have 2 million square feet of institutional use on it under your existing laws today with no zoning, no comp plan approvals. That could include hospitals and other related uses from the university. What is happening is the proposed change will reduce the FAR by 25%. It will reduce the number of stories that are allowed from 10 to 15 stories to 5. And it will reduce the amount of development on the site. Barry has proposed approximately 600 units on the property. We had our traffic engineer compare what is permitted under today's. I'm going to hand out a letter to you. The existing approval allows 83% more.
Thank you, sir. Be respectful.
Good evening, everyone. Mike Allen, Northeast 94th Street, president of Barry University. You have in your records all of the documentation and rationale for why the plan must be passed in its current form. The path for you is objectively clear. There's been much conjecture about Barry's motivation for developing this land. We received inquiries from hospitals, sports teams, even amusement parks, all of which would have been allowable within our existing institutional zoning, and some that could have been more financially beneficial for the school. We did not pursue these, nor did we pursue proposals from other developers or other residential community concepts that had considerably more density in their plans. We genuinely believe that the desired plan for Barry's land is reasonable on every measure, and we will be an ideal addition to this area. Miami Shores is a community that believes in education and a brighter future. Barry University has had a profound impact on our community through an extraordinary commitment to collaborative service and outreach. Being good partners, being good neighbors is at the core of who we are. We are deeply committed to getting this right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Carol Nicholson. I live at 153 Northeast 109th Street with my husband, Jerry Nicholson. Jerry has been a part of this community since about 1944. He's an amazing man. Couldn't be here tonight, but he is so afraid of what's going to happen, not just to our traffic, but to our schools and to our community. And if I understand correctly, if Barry has the money to make some dorms and make some type of different housing, why can't they do that without it being a part of an apartment building that could be left without Barry taking care of it later? Maybe I'm misunderstanding the whole plan, but I appreciate the respect that we can have for one another. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Good evening, friends and fellow villagers. Dino LaCapra, 1200 Northeast 96th Street. Raised in Miami Shores, returned about 3 years ago with my 1-year-old, now a 3-year-old and 1-year-old running the streets. see many of you on a daily basis. I see many friendly faces here that I grew up with. And from a professional who works with government internationally on subjects much different tenor, time and patience and consideration is always the best exits. And I can only recommend, maybe you've given some of that, consider giving a little bit more. There's a lot of emotions in the room. To all of us, hard work and also the dedication you provide, we understand. And we're here as much love. I went to that Five and Dime store, which we referred to. I go to Teen Thing Cafe. I went to Barry University. I'm an alum. I'm contributing my time back to the shores of these institutions. And I want to see it continue because our downtown, we are a college town in a big city. Remember that. When you visit a charming village, mountain town somewhere, and it's all these quirky stores downtown, it's just the best place to live. That's who we are today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Janet Goodman, 1174 Northeast 105 Street. There are good people in this room. There are thousands of good people in this village. They love Miami Shores. They are crying out against these proposed comp plan amendments because they don't want you to vote away their quality of life. They don't want 1,300 additional dwelling units. It's too much. It's an overly ambitious plan. They don't want additional 3,800 new residents. It's too much. Where are the impact studies to support this? They don't want an unreasonable increase in traffic. They don't want 40 or 50-foot buildings. It's mind-boggling that this council would forfeit any trust their constituents have in their leadership for a plan that doesn't benefit residents and that residents have spoken out against for over a year. Hundreds have shown up to meetings. Nearly 1,500 have signed a petition. That is why I want to believe that this council will honor the wishes of their constituents and lower these proposed building heights and the number of dwelling units. It's the right thing to do. Please vote no.
Thank you.
Maybe I'm the last one. Dennis Leyva, 69 Northeast 102nd Street. For the record, I'm not paid to be here by anyone. I'm a resident, I'm a taxpayer, and a voter to 4 of you when you ran for office. I feel the comp plan and the proposals, the presentations, the communication to the village, the outreach has been flawed at best. I worked in government, and this has been mediocre on everyone's part sitting up here, and some of you have a lot of experience. Congratulations on dividing our community, because that is a goal all of you have accomplished. And I'm sorry some of you are my friends, but it's disappointing.
Hello, my name's Connie Napier. I live at 9301 Northeast 4th Avenue. I originally wasn't going to speak today, but after everything I've heard, honestly, I'm slightly perplexed. I've heard us asking the council members to listen, and honestly, I think many of us aren't even hearing. I've heard 5 stories. I've heard swimming pools. I've heard this council compared to an authoritarian regime that jails political opponents. I've heard things that really just aren't conducive to the conversation that we're supposed to be having today. I've heard, let's work on our police force and our fire department. How about we work on letting them and allowing them the opportunity to live in the community that they protect and serve? Comprehensive plans do not set the pace for development or the speed of it at all. What they do is set a tone and make a roadmap for our development in the future. I've heard that we're actually decreasing density. We're actually decreasing height limits in certain cases. So if that's the case, the comprehensive plans long ago, the doom and gloom that I've heard that development would have happened many years ago, and it still hasn't happened yet. There are so many steps, as the council have stated repeatedly, that can... I'll finish my last sentence. There are so many steps that we can go forward and we can actually talk about these things and strike this down.
What a mess. Are there any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, 3 times, gone. we'll close public comments with that, and we'll take a 5-minute break before council speaking.
Madam Mayor, just so you know, you do have some Zoom attendees. I don't know if anybody wants to speak.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me of that. Go ahead.
If anyone who's joining the meeting via Zoom would like to provide public comments, this is your opportunity to do so. Please remember to use your raise your hand feature so that I can acknowledge you. And please remember to keep your comments to 1 minute or less. The first speaker is Jessica Pluhar.
Please, we're listening to Zoom comments, so please quiet up, please.
Just 1 moment. Yeah.
Hello.
Jessica, you're live.
Yes, I just wanted to share my concern about the insufficient data and studies regarding traffic. Traffic is a concern for me. I live at 5 Northeast 105th Street on the corner of North Miami Avenue. And I have been speaking with and working together with the council and the village manager regarding the speeding and the traffic problem on North Miami Avenue. I've enjoyed having a good relationship and being able to share my concerns on the issue. And I'm just, as we consider the Barry University development, I'm concerned about how this will impact traffic. I do understand the need to develop something in this area, whether, green space or some kind of development. But my concern is really how the traffic will impact North Miami Avenue and other parts of Miami Shores. As we move forward, I would just like to have more information, more data on traffic as we consider the vote.
Next speaker is William Quinlan.
Hello, I'm not sure if I'm able to be heard.
Yes, you're live.
My name is William Quinlan. Oh, thank you so much. My name is William Quinlan. My address is 455 Northeast 24th Street. And I wanted to express my support in favor of this plan, reiterating comments that I've made at previous meetings. I understand the opinions among members of the public in the room, and I respect their viewpoints and their concerns. I want to bring just into this space the perspective of someone who isn't a current resident of Miami Shores, but is an aspiring young professional in the city of Miami who wants to make a long-term home in the city and wants to think about places for affordable, more sustainable housing in the future. There was an article in the New York Times just a few days ago talking about the carbon emissions of cities, and it showed that the most dense neighborhoods, the ones with lowest carbon emissions, I think that Miami Shores has so much to offer, and I think that there's a lot of residents countywide who would really love to experience it. So on behalf of those prospective neighbors, we just want to get to know you. We just want to be a part of your town too. Like, you guys have built something so great. We want to be a part of it. Thank you.
At this time, I don't see any other hands raised. If you'd like to provide Zoom public comments, this is your opportunity to do so. Please use the raise your hand feature in order for me to acknowledge you. Next speaker is Salvatore Di Luca.
Hello, this is actually his wife, Victoria, and we just want to go on the record as wanting to vote no for the lack of studies and information that seems to have not been done. And I feel, like many have said before, that the university should take care of the issue and not put it on Miami Shores residents. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, at this time, I don't see any further hands raised. There are about 30 e-comments, and residents have asked about whether or not the council will allow e-comments to be read into the record.
have, and more recently have been reading them, so we won't make no exception today. Do you need a drink of water?
I do have
Not
some
a real
water.
drink, a drink of water. It's a lot. Huh? She's reading them. We didn't used to, but lately we have.
First
Council
speaker is-
has all read them already also. For the record, council has read them.
First speaker is Kathleen Charles. Please give serious consideration to the voice of the majority of residents as expressed at multiple meetings and vote no to the proposed plan. Next speaker, I don't see a name provided, so that won't, well, actually, yes, John R. Van Beekum. I oppose the proposed amendment to the village's existing 2025 comprehensive plan and ask our village council members to vote no as well, if for no other reason than to respect the voices and the signatures of our residents being raised to put on the brakes, regroup, and put forth a more reasonable, moderate amendment next year. Next speaker is Jade Ocean Moran. Miami Shores is such a unique gem. Changing the entire course of the village would be a disservice to everyone. Would be a disservice to everyone. This village is what other villages, towns wish they could be. We need more of what we have, not less. Please take this into account as we are all raising the next generation right here in our backyard. We want this to be a better future for our children and hopefully their children too. Keep Miami Shores a village, not a city. Next speaker is John Dunlap. The community has spoken very clearly regarding the density increases that are proposed by the council, and it is clearly a resounding no. Though my attendance either in person or online, I have estimated at minimum 95% of attendees have opposed the changes. To ignore the community's concerns regarding the proposed density changes would be irresponsible and contrary to what the council is elected to do, which is represent and listen to the community. In my opinion, at this point, if a council member votes for this plan, it could only be surmised that the council member is either operating for a special interest group or for their own personal interest. These changes are overwhelmingly opposed by the community. Please vote no to continue to support the community that you were elected to represent. Thank you. Next speaker is Roxana Santa Maria. We are a small, beautiful, historic village, and big money interests want it ruined for their own purposes. The people of this village don't want more taxes, more traffic, more issues that are the terrible reality of most cities. High population densities create problems. We don't want those issues here. Next speaker is Nora Olaso. I'm speaking on the comp plan. Need to start by stating that I'm not against growth. I'm not opposed to improvement. I'm not against rentals. I'm not sort of an old-fashioned rigid legacy owner. I'm not part of a militant angry mob or elite minority, nor do I have or do I intend to offend or antagonize anyone on the board or my neighbors. I'm just a worried owner of a home here, not a house, a home. With that said, safeguarding the quality of life for my family and that of my neighbors fuels me tonight. For clarity, I have carefully read the comp plan drafts. I have attended all sessions, including a few from Barry, and do understand some changes need to be made for correction and compliance sake. However, I believe this board should respect the fact that we're not all in agreement with the current proposal. A reasonable compromise was discussed and presented at the recent workshop by a large audience of involved residents. If the board does not agree with it, then they should make minimal changes to reach state compliance and then strive to become the leaders of facilitating a future vision, one which would uphold communal quality of life as paramount. I also stand here to request that any changes allowing for the possibility of accelerated growth, especially those with impact on our communal resources, be first backed by solid forecasting of verifiable empirical evidence rather than pushing the responsibility down the line. Also, the consideration should take into account the growth of adjacent areas. Please vote against passing the plan as written today because, in my view, it would allow for irresponsibly aggressive density growth, which would benefit few and be detrimental to most. Next speaker is Richard Fernandez. The council has heard from the majority of residents responding in opposition to the proposed wholesale changes that will impact the entire community. Resident opposition has been large and consistent, filling council chambers and the community center repeatedly to overflowing, the largest outpouring that I can remember ever. Over the decades, we are the damages caused by the limited inconsistencies in our mostly built-out community. However, consider the damage to thousands of residents' quality of life and property values. It will be substantial, widespread, and hard to turn around. Even the next-door neighbor, Biscayne Park Council, has more outvoicing concerns over two differently elected bodies in writing. What is the rush? Why were standard bidding processes overridden? The original directions were to fix minor inconsistencies in the comp plan. Suddenly, the whole process explodes with consultants, additional staff, and new village attorneys who are tepid in their advocacy for the benefit of the residents and property owners. How much has been the fee cost to date? Key staff and consultants come from a background of pro-development. Most know each other prior to the employment here. Barry, who does not pay taxes and benefits from Miami Shores, now has apparently come upon hard times and wants to sell property that has long been zoned and built upon consistent with the existing comp plan and zoning code. They imply legal action. They have reasonable use of the property and were part of the process that resulted in the current zoning. Lennar, one of the largest builders in the country, is reported to have a contract to acquire the property, so really the benefit of changes will accrue to developer for profit. In my opinion, we will see a long line of additional changes being petitioned for by that developer. This is not about a benevolent, nonprofit, charitable Barry University. Here's a thought: make public the purchase contract, do a straw ballot in April, and see what the community is really thinking. Yet council, who may be listening, is apparently not comprehending the negative side that will affect the approximate 11,000 residents. We have too many council persons who are lobbyists or act as advocates for developers. They have lost their way or are looking at the futures in the consultant lobbying world. Next speaker, Raul Guerra. As a native in the city of transplants, I often find myself lamenting the loss of old buildings or trees that I presumed would always just be there. Occasionally, the sense of loss extends beyond any specific building, tree, object, and extends to what seems like an entire lost city. Old Bohemian Coconut Grove was a magical place. I remember the old cottages nestled into lush subtropical foliage with towering canopies above, growing as tall as hurricanes would permit. I remember the feel of the place, the smell of the blooms in the evenings, the Bohemians, and I thank them for the king mango strut they bequeath us. Today, the Grove has lost the sense of place. Tiny lot McMansions, the raising of the tree canopy, and overdevelopment of its main street has made many people many dollars. But the Grove community and the greater Miami community are incalculably poorer for it. I fear Miami Shores is next. Miami is growing, and there is a shortage of affordable housing, but destroying the character of one of the last remaining historical villages along Biscayne Bay is not the way to remedy the problem. Greater Miami needs more density and more historical preservation. The two concepts are not mutually exclusive. Most, if not all, residents agree that some development downtown is welcome if it isn't at the expense of the very essence of what makes Miami Shores Village charming and unique. We want a more vibrant downtown, and a nominal density increase is the service of that vibrancy. Would be a good thing. The Lennar project is particularly worrisome. The 3, 4, and 5-story apartment buildings in the style of Lennar within the village are mutually exclusive with the sense of place found in Miami Shores and absent from almost every other locale in South Florida. The proposed changes are one more step in direction of MSV becoming just another facsimile. The desire to preserve the nature and character of Miami Shores is not elitist or racist, as some would claim. The love of trees, small town charm, green spaces, and historical architecture is not the domain of any one race, religion, or creed. Claims to the contrary are red herrings. The proposed changes imperil the beauty, the ideal of Miami Shores. I urge the council to preserve the charm and unique character of the village, correct the comp plan errors today, and disallow the proposed changes. Next speaker is Tuyen Tu. I've always wanted a vibrant downtown, but I truly believe that adding density by allowing large condos is not the way to do it. I think we should try these first before uprooting the comp plan beyond just the fixes. Number one, we can turn Memorial Park and Optimist Park into a vibrant park by connecting the two with a safe walkway across 2nd Avenue that forces drivers to slow down. We can add playgrounds, paths, a skate park, and gathering area, picnic benches, beautiful landscaping and butterfly gardens, make the parks a desirable place to visit so that we can get more foot traffic here. Number two, let's beautify downtown with tall palm trees and other native trees, better landscaping and more lighting. Work with landowners and help them re-envision and update it in more cohesive look so it's more attractive for people to walk around. Restrict first floors to commercial use only. Number three, offer some community center activities in the downtown spaces to get more residents and other participating in these activities into our downtown area. That will bring in foot traffic every day after school. Senior activities can be offered at the Catholic Charities Building to get more residents in the daytime. In addition to downtown revitalization, we need to think about where we can save money. At the moment, our aquatic center is losing us hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in taxpayer money. We need to re-envision that space as well and make it profitable for our tax base. Mr. Marenberg campaigned on turning this area into a community space and gathering place for families. I love this idea and would love to see something be done to turn this into a viable area. Lastly, speaking on behalf of all residents in Miami Shores Estates, we truly do not want to turn the 105th Street property into a commercial lot. We love our neighborhood, and as it is with the current multifamily zoning, our neighborhood suffers the most from flooding than any other neighborhood in Miami Shores, and my biggest concern is the off waste that will come into our neighborhood during storms. We appreciate that the gas station is no longer on the table, and we hope you will side with us on keeping the current zoning as multifamily residential. Thank you for your time and energy into this matter. Next speaker, Sharon Smaldoni. I strongly oppose multifamily homes being built in Miami Shores. I strongly oppose all of the comprehensive plan. We pay enough in taxes without adding more by increasing population, which would affect infrastructure, police and fire department, etc. We bought as most people in Miami Shores because it was a single-family community. City officials need to think of the existing residents and not padding their pockets. All Miami Shores residents should say no to the comprehensive plan. Next speaker is Nicole Hedmark. The density proposed for the Berry property is too high. The amendment on the table allows for 1,246 new dwellings, which is nearly 4,000 new residents. That's 32% increase in population. And this increase is supposed to come with no data to show how we can maintain services for the influx. Florida statute mandates comp plan amendments be based on analysis. This is not. I would like to see development. I think we can agree we want more shops and restaurants downtown, but we need to be smart about it. We need to preserve the large lots, low density, and shaded residential streets. Specifically, we need to prevent developments like Lennar's. We need to say no to this amendment and instead pass one with low density. Lennar can then request a small-scale amendment that will give us the power to negotiate for community facilities we can all enjoy. We can negotiate for a park. The argument that Lennar can't build with a low-density designation is bogus. The company builds single-family homes all the time, and the threat of a lawsuit if we don't pass this should not decide this matter. Do not be strong-armed. Do not sacrifice the beauty of our village. Be smart, be strategic, be aware of what's at stake. Please vote no on this version, and let's work on a strategy for the future. Next speaker is Janet Davis. I support what the community has said repeatedly to our elected representatives. The council offers no justification for increasing population in our small village other than being pro-development. The consultant's comp plan far exceeds what the state required to fix errors and to address coastal hazard mitigation, yet at the same time refuses to address traffic and other community impacts because the state does not require this. Attempts to involve the community first relied on catchphrases such as vibrant downtown rather than four-story downtown without parking buffer zones. The facilitator of the most recent event concluded that participants were not fully representative of the entire MSV community despite the council's efforts to provide a forum. The best way to let the community speak is to let residents vote for 3 council members in 4 months who will openly and honestly discuss this controversial issue. Next speaker is George Washington. I would like to publicly thank John Ice, chairperson of the Recreation Board, and his lovely wife, Karen Coleman, Assistant General Counsel at Barry University, for all their hard work in bringing attention to the plans for the northwest section of Miami Shores. I appreciate his public disclosure this weekend regarding his wife's employment at Barry University in support of their plans to bring new housing to Miami Shores. Transparency is key during public discourse regarding the comprehensive plan. Thank you. Next speaker is Jason Yao. I'm supporting in support of the comprehensive plan, particularly the section that allows for the development of the land on Barry's campus. The parcel of land needs to be revitalized, and Barry's plan makes great sense. Please pass amendments this evening so the village can move forward. Next speaker is Gaixander Elguezabal. The proposal has been presented today does not take into account the feedback given by the residents in the last comp plan workshop. The large majority there opposed the plan as is. The one person in favor of the plan mentioned that there was a silent majority in favor. I suggest that they start collecting signatures so that the council can see how large this group really is. I suspect it is not a majority. Pablo Min says, hello all. I want to start by congratulating my fellow Argentinian neighbors for getting to the World Cup finals and dedicate this beautiful achievement to our Brazilian neighbors who watch the final on their TVs. Having said this, I want to call for peace in our neighborhood. Let's stop the insults and have proper discussions. On the issue of the comp plan, I believe the fairest thing is to put it up to vote. It's relatively easy and inexpensive to organize a direct vote for such a small village. That's all. Thank you. Next speaker is Kathy Shore. Lately, I've seen how some community members are trying to turn the amendments issue into a culture clash. Here in the Northwest near the Barry lot, our community is completely integrated, solid, middle class, and all against Barry's mega development. This has never been about what is good for the neighborhood. It has always been about real estate developers making money, those who work for and with them making money at Barry University, making money by selling out community to Lennar, a development company with $25 million of settled lawsuits since 2000, a history of major structural damages to their properties during Hurricane Andrew, and 10,000 tenants in their properties now who have made a Facebook page telling their tales of frustration and anger at a company that refuses to address their property nightmares from Lennar's shoddy construction. This is Barry University's choice for one reason only: build as many 5-story buildings as you can to make as much money as you can. The real culture issue in Miami Shores is the culture of greed. Next speaker is Linda Menes. I have attended the council meetings and other meetings discussing the comp plan. I have read comments for and against the plan, and I have heard nothing that has changed my opposition to the proposed plan. In regards to the downtown 2nd Avenue, yes, it would be great if it were more vibrant. However, there is nothing in the current plan that keeps that from happening. We now have multi-use with the 3-story limit. Adding another story is not going to make it more vibrant. With regards to the Barry University property, the new plan with this 5-story limit and increased density will significantly increase the number of residents by a number of 10% and upwards depending on what Lennar ultimately decides to build. Miami Shores will no longer be the hidden gem that most of us are happy to call home. Next speaker is Jeffrey Borner. My wife and I are in support to pass the amendment of the Village Comprehensive Plan where it relates to the Barry University property on the western part of Miami Shores. This project would bring additional revenue to the village, which in turn would help with other critical projects that are needed. The development of this land will not affect neighbors who live in central or eastern parts of the village. This would only help in bringing additional activity to the downtown area. Please pass the plan. Next speaker is Patricia Bonaduce. As a business owner at downtown Miami Shores, I support the development of this much neglected area. I have seen business owners go bankrupt less than a year of commencing their endeavor, and it's really sad. Currently, it's almost dead, boring, and dark area despite its valuable location. Much opposers shouldn't even make comments, for they don't even support our downtown shops and prefer to drive up to Aventura or drive down to Midtown for their shopping, entertaining, dining, instead of helping our own downtown succeed. Furthermore, downtown area does not reflect the upscale community our village has become over the years and has remained the same for almost a century. A better downtown will definitely help revalue of the whole village. We need a better and successful downtown. Next speaker is Michelle Headley. I'm in support of passing the amendment to the Village Comprehensive Plan that includes the consultant's recommendations. It's important to have a vibrant downtown for our village community and small business owners and increase revenue. Barry has a right to develop their property, which will increase property values and be a big improvement over an empty lot. Thank you for your service and continuing to move the village forward. Next speaker is Alejandro Barreras. I want to start by thanking the Village Council for their hard work and dedication, especially on this contentious issue, where they're making sure the voices of the residents are heard, explaining the complexities of the plan, uncovering past misdeeds, or digging into the issue despite heated pressure and unwarranted personal attacks. You have served our village competently and deserve our gratitude. I support the amendment to the Village Comprehensive Plan. This is a unique opportunity not only to correct mistakes made in the past, but to set a path ahead. We need more revenue to develop and maintain the infrastructures and facilities our village deserves. We need a downtown where our local businesses can prosper. Instead of rows of empty storefronts, we need gentle density, providing more housing options for a growing population. And we need a plan that makes us a better village, inclusive, vibrant, forward-looking for all of our residents now and in the future. To just do the minimum would be missing this opportunity. In my view, there are caretakers and there are leaders. Caretakers are content with status quo, don't rock the boat, perform cautiously and protectively, avoiding challenges. It's easy to agree with this approach, but if we're being honest, caretaking brought us the problem we're facing today. Now we need a different path. Change can be daunting, but don't let it be paralyzing. We need leaders with a vision and the resolve to pursue that vision through the process for the good of the whole village. I know you can be the leaders we need. Please vote yes for the amendment, and thanks again for your service. Next speaker is William Bill Heffernan. As a former mayor of Miami Shores, longtime residents of the village until recently, trustee emeritus of Barry University, and a founding board member of Doctors Charter School, I write in support of Barry's desire to develop their land as they have shared with the community. My support starts with the utmost confidence that I have in the leadership of Barry to make the decisions that are smart, well thought out, and reflect the best interests of the neighborhood, village, and the university. A diversity of housing options is desperately needed in the Shores. I still have a brother and sister who live in Miami Shores. I have watched with disappointment as several family members and friends, some who are just starting out as young adults, and others who are looking to downsize for their retirement years have found no path to continue living in Miami Shores. Barry's plan is reasonable. It fits with the quality of housing throughout the Shores and will significantly enhance that section of land, as well as the important areas immediately around the charter school. Thank you for having the foresight and courage to make this happen. Next speaker is John Ice. the values of the comp plan. The decision of the council has before it today is whether to approve the presented comp plan or continue a process that will never end. But a larger decision individual council members need to make is what will be their legacy with today's decision, a will align with the civic, even moral values they adhere to. The council will decide whether we are a community that values inclusion or exclusion. The council will decide whether the village promotes socioeconomic integration with mixed income housing options, relative as it may be, for the local workforce, or we seek to become an economically exclusive community. The council will decide whether we seek to be a part of the solution to urban sprawl or our actions to perpetuate it. The council will determine whether we seek to support Barry University or actively harm it. The council will determine whether a better downtown corridor is possible or whether we perpetuate stagnation. The council will decide if we move towards becoming a more pedestrian, bicycle-friendly community or we perpetuate auto dependency. The council will determine whether we are a community that fixes the dysfunctions of past comp plans or we perpetuate those dysfunctionalities based on our supercharged political rhetoric and public pressure that offers no constructive alternative. As Spike Lee put it, do the right thing, but it was incomplete. Do the right thing even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. Next speaker is Gene Weeks. I'm totally against Barry selling their land to a developer to build condos. Next speaker is Corey Welch. Having owned my home for over 10 years and rented for several years prior to that, I fully support the new comprehensive plan as written. I look forward to long-needed change and improvements to the village and would like to thank the council members for their hard work and dedication to this issue, correcting the inconsistencies and problems caused by former councils. Next speaker is Stacy Laskin. We support development of vacant, unused, and underutilized land within the village so as to improve amenities, resources, entertainment, and future development opportunities for the village. Madam Mayor, this concludes e-comments.
Okay, that's the end of all comments. And council, you guys need a break before we speak. You good? You sure you don't need a break? Okay, you're good. Thank you, council. I don't know if there's any further discussion or anybody have motions. I'm waiting. No discussions? Well, we've discussed a lot, but okay. Okay, is there a motion? If there's no discussions, are there any motions on the comp plan? No? What happened? I would like to make a motion to move the comp plan with the changes that we've made today and approve it.
Is there a second?
A second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, we do have, council, before we leave, I think we have, oh, you were going to say something? No. Oh, okay. I think we have we're all done with that's okay. Thank you, everyone, for that. I do want to discuss the...
Actually, I do. I'm going to wait for the crowd to discuss.
Okay.
Let's just give them a minute. I'm going to ask for another meeting too. No, we can discuss that.
I wanted to ask Chief something. I can't remember. Okay. Councilwoman St.
All
Flair.
right, you ready? I'd like actually to ask a question to the city manager and our attorney. What is the notice required for second reading? What is the appropriate legal notice required for a second reading? Let's give him a second.
I'd like to defer to either the clerk or the attorney on that.
Sorry.
Thank you.
It would be 5 days before the comprehensive plan, but I try to adhere to the 10-day that is granted for regular ordinances, but just based on Chapter 163, it would be 5 days before. So for first reading, it's 7 days prior, a minimum. So you can always advertise for a longer period of time before that, but by minimum, no later than 5 days prior to the publishing of the... Right.
Okay. So I guess I'm asking that because I really would like we really have, this has taken a really long time. I'd like very much for the new year not to come again and we not have a comprehensive plan that we could send to the state. I do not know, and I do not want to impose on the council's holiday plans, but would this council be willing to consider a second reading prior to January 31st?
I would,
cannot.
definitely. Oh, we cannot?
No. It has to be sent to the DO, to the state, and then it has to have comments and review.
Oh, that's true.
And there's a whole
Okay.
process,
That's true.
so.
We can't have a second reading without, okay.
It's a
That's
state
it.
coordinated-
So it does go to the state, so
Okay,
that's
good.
what I,
We now have to send it to the reviewing agencies within 10 days of today.
uh-huh.
Okay.
And it's a
That's
state
clear.
coordinated review process, which takes about 60 days.
That's fine. I just want to make
Okay.
sure that it's moving forward.
We
That's-
will have to move it forward.
That's
because we
perfect.
have
That's
that,
fine.
yeah.
That's perfect. Thank you.
That's great. Okay.
Thank you
and-
for answering that.
And I would like to talk about our need for a special meeting to discuss the vacancy on council. We have to take care of that. That's kind of time, a time problem. Why are you looking at me like that, Mr. Manager? You're looking at me like I'm saying something that's not right.
No, I was just listening to the process that it went along.
Yeah, and that's what I would like to discuss here, the process, and hopefully call a special meeting and get a date for it before the end of this year. So is there appetite for that on the council?
Mr. Scott, didn't you say you had gotten some sort of consensus on a possible date?
Yes, I had gotten consensus on that.
And what is
What was that?
What is the date?
A date is the 28th of December.
Okay.
You did get consensus?
Yes, I did.
'Cause I don't recall talking to you about that. Okay. All right, cool.
At what time?
So the 28th, I heard, is...
The 28th is I'll come back. And just for the record,
You're not going
Can't
to
be
the
right.
end. You're not leaving to the
I can't vote on this, but
When is your last day? I thought it was like the 20th.
I said that if this was the last scheduled meeting of the year, then this is my last meeting. If it is not the last scheduled meeting of the year, then this is not my last meeting.
Of the year.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so there you go. It was not scheduled to just now.
Right,
Just
that's-
now. And this is a special meeting. So do I
But
hear?
if you guys, if I'm here,
Get legal clarification.
I want to make sure that we do
So
this the right way.
The charter states that the remaining members, the majority of the remaining members, it would be a 3-vote minimum, but the remaining members would vote. So if.
Oh, I understand that, but
Right.
28th was not to vote. Well,
It's,
Mayor.
So
oh, yeah,
28th
yeah, okay, yeah, you won't be there.
There won't
Yeah, go
be a
ahead.
vacancy
Okay.
if she's done.
So a reason for my perplexed look was that I know that there's a pending resignation. We have not gotten a definite date
Right.
for that pending resignation. We have heard a date for a final meeting, but not a date. And so when I looked like that, I was thinking that it was a bit premature for us to be looking at a date to replace someone who has not yet, Councilman Sumfleur, I'm sorry,
No,
I need to
that's
personalize it, who has not said definitively
Gotcha.
what date is her last
Well, I
day.
understand that, but the spirit of what I know it was going, I wanted to have a person in place by the first of the year, so our first meeting, I think January 3rd.
For the sake of
Yeah.
that, I would be willing, so that you guys can move along,
Yeah.
make this my very, like, I will, you
Yeah,
want me
this.
to put it in writing? Because I don't have anything in writing.
I think
I don't want to hold up the council.
Based on what I'm hearing, on discussions I've had with staff,
Mhm.
the attorneys and whatever, and,
So
and the
until you
clerk.
have an official resignation.
And the clerk, that
they
it would be
can't
best in
fill
writing.
that space,
It's
correct?
customary for a council member to provide a written resignation to the village clerk, and then I submit it to the council as a formal resignation.
So she will not be invited to, well, we don't know the date yet. We don't know the date.
Well, when Councilman Sumfleur gives a date in writing, then we'd know when her last date would be. Then after that, I mean, I had gone ahead just to see when my council would be in town. And then I
since-
realized that the 28th is a day when the council would be in town. And that's, I just wanted to get a feel for
So
that.
without telling Councilwoman of St. Fleur how to run her life.
Let this
put
serve.
your thinking before
Let this
27.
serve as an official, me saying publicly that December
Before the 28th.
on Christmas, December 25th
On Christmas.
is my last day as a council person, and you guys will have that in writing.
Madam Mayor?
Now you may move
Just
forward.
if I may just ask a question, is that sufficient time for a notice technically for
Oh,
a
that's
meeting
a
on the
good question.
28th? Or does it need to be sooner than that if we're trying to schedule a meeting potentially for the 28th? For you to notice a special meeting? I know that two members can call for a meeting, but
Right, so best practice, based on AGO opinion, is 48 hours prior to the special meeting. In full disclosure.
48 business hours? Or
48 hours, well, good.
Let's make it safe. December 15th. December 15th, let's just end it. And for those of you who don't know, I'm sorry, this may seem a little sporadic, but because of the nature of what I do for a living, there is a Florida law that takes into effect January 1st that says if you serve in any capacity as a lobbyist, you cannot hold public office. I represent a number of nonprofits, and I do work in Tallahassee as a lobbyist. This is something that everyone knows. I'm not shy about it. It's what I do. It's what I've done for a living now for quite some time. And me telling you guys this at the last meeting was really just my attempt to not surprise the council. I've gotten legal opinion a couple of times to see if I in fact had to quit in order to continue servicing my clients and in order to continue my business. And the legal counsel that I have received from a number of different entities is that I am to resign by December 31st, 2022 in order to be in compliance with the new state law. So that is why it is possible for me to push it forward, just so that everyone here understands. And I think I've gotten screenshots of a lot of comments, and so this is why I'm resigning. I'm resigning because I have to in order to continue providing, to take care of myself. So that's that. I hope that clears up any confusions from anyone. So that is why. But we can put on the record that I'm resigning as of December 15th, 2022.
Okay. So are we free?
And I will have that in writing to the council by tomorrow.
And so legal, we can't set the 28th now with that date?
You can.
Okay.
You can set the.
Okay. All right, thank you, Councilwoman St. Fleur.
Madam Mayor, in full disclosure, I had asked for some time off, and so I will be away on the 28th. That doesn't mean I can't try to quote-unquote clerk the meeting via digital means, but I just wanted to mention that on the record since I did ask for that about a month ago.
Yes, thank you. I really hope that works out, that you can do it digitally. Because we're running out of time. So, okay, so we have a second for this meeting. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I just want to take the opportunity to thank Councilwoman St. Fleur. Honestly, you know, I met her as a opponent on the campaign trail a couple of years back, and I have just been so amazed by the quality of care that she's given, the thoughtfulness, the lessons that she's taught me up here. I could only hope to emulate her more. And it's been a real honor to have served with you so much. So I'm sorry to see you go, and state statutes having kind of forced this, but of course your livelihood is important. You have been such a strong, independent voice on this council for the people and doing what you think is best for this community, and it's a shame to see you go a little bit before the end of your time. A shame to not have you available to potentially serve again. And in the face of a lot of negative energy, negative commentary, efforts to try to force council members to resign, you have stood fast and you have held firm in supporting the voters that elected you and doing what they wanted. So I just want to say thank you so much for the time that you've been up here. We haven't always agreed on things. I've always respected your opinion, and I personally will sorely miss you.
That's nice. And I also want to say it's been a pleasure to be on council with you. We seldom agree, huh? But that is not really true, but it is okay. You've been a pleasure to work with, and I don't feel like it's goodbye, because all of us who serve here are residents first, and this is a small village, and although we disagree sometimes with our residents, we all live here. This is all our home, and we just all see things differently, but our intents and the reason we're up here is all the same, to serve this village. So it's not goodbye, it's I'll see you downtown at a restaurant.
I'm going to pick up the mic next then. Yes. Katya. I didn't really know you until, you took it upon yourself to run for council. And running for this is no small feat. This is tough work. It's tough to get out there and meet your neighbors, and particularly those you don't know. Sometimes you're welcomed with welcome arms, sometimes you're not. But you took a chance, and you took an opportunity when you saw one, and you made it happen. And you're here, and you have represented this village with such aplomb, such courage, despite these last 6 or 7 months. I've really enjoyed being your colleague and getting to know you. You have really, really done a good job by this village. You have really worked hard. You've held meetings. You've met with people. And you've been thoughtful in your leadership. Oh, wait. That's not what I meant. You've been thoughtful in your leadership. And anyone who sat up here knows that sometimes it's not easy. But anyone, whether I agree with them or not, who puts their name on a ballot and gets out there and gets elected, whether I agree with them or not, I have to respect. This is hard. And we have faced a lot in the last 6 months. And I'm sorry I couldn't protect you more. If I had that ability, I would. But people will have their opinions, misconceptions, and misunderstandings. But those of us who know you and know where your heart is, we appreciate you and your hard work, and we hope that wherever your future takes you, that you carry on with that good attitude, that strength, and that positive energy that you have. You are a bright, intelligent young lady, so thank you for serving. And it's been an honor and a pleasure to serve with you, and I will miss you.
So, Katya, my turn. I want to say that I'm so glad that we met at Tinta before you were ever elected, so I even got to know you a little bit. one-on-one, and I want to specifically say that during your term, you got us through a strategic plan that I was a little uncomfortable with, and you pushed the issue really well, and you helped new management to usher through that strategic plan that we can now lean on after you depart, and that was you did that, and I really respect your leadership through that time. I'm really sorry that that you had that tragic accident, and my best hope is for your full recovery, that you can really get through your rehab, and I wish you great fortune in your future. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys made me cry my lashes off. I just want to say thank you. I appreciate this room being where I have my final meeting, because this is where I had my first meeting. My sentiments about serving on this council have not changed from that moment. I have been able to learn so much about myself from serving. I've been able to learn so much about people from serving. And one of the biggest takeaways that I think everybody should have is really that no matter how we feel about some of the decisions, I genuinely believe that the more people involved, the better. I genuinely believe that in the end, this village will be better for the engagement that we've seen. When I was campaigning, I can't tell you how many people didn't even know when we had elections. And that's real. They didn't know when we had elections, and they didn't know even where to go vote. And if nothing else, people are gonna know when we have elections moving forward. So I'll keep it short and sweet. I just want to thank everyone for the engagement. I want to thank everyone for this opportunity. I will forever be a Miami Shores resident. I've always wanted to be a Miami Shores resident. So I understand when people stand up and say they love this community. People from high school reached out once I won, because I'd always said, when I grow up, I'm gonna live in Miami Shores. I'm gonna have 2 kids. My husband gonna be a football player. Like, I had a list. And listen, maybe about one of those things on that list came true. And I got plenty more time. And I'm very thankful for that. And I'm thankful for the friends that I've made. I'm thankful for parks. I'm thankful for our public works department. I'm thankful for the police department. I'm thankful for staff, the love that people on our staff have for each other, the love that they have for this community, the hours that people work to make sure that we are a clean community, to make sure that we have activities that we have. I mean, tell me another community that has Santa Claus coming to your house, because I don't know any. We are the best that Miami-Dade County has to offer. I have operated from a place of doing what I believe is best. If anyone believes that I fell short of that, forgive me. But I voted with my heart. I voted with what I believe to be true. And again, I thank everybody for the opportunity to have served on this council. Thank you.
Move to adjourn,
No,
if there's nothing else. We do?
We're still talking about the 28th, right?
Madam Mayor, just logistically, if the goal is to have another elected official or elected official appointed by the first meeting, which is January 3rd, considering that the special meeting on the 28th is to discuss the process, does that leave
No, we're
council?
discussing the process right now.
Oh, okay. I thought that the purpose of the 28th was to discuss the process.
No,
The
we're
purpose of the
discussing that right
28th
now.
is to appoint. to make an,
Potentially,
possibly?
yeah.
Okay.
Discussion and potential,
Okay.
because we might need to further discuss see how much success we make here tonight.
Okay.
So we agreed on the 28th. We got that accomplished, right? Huh? We don't know the time. Usually 6:30. I'm flexible.
Okay.
That's good for everybody. 6:30 is good? Okay, so we got a date and a time. Okay. Now, the process. In my head, I envisioned that it would be similar to, we do boards where we make notification, people send in their resumes, their bios, and their willingness to serve, and then the council read it, and da-da-da. That's in my head. Now I shut up and let council speak.
Well, my question is, what is our charter? How does our charter dictate when we have something like this? Does our charter?
For process-wise, the charter doesn't dictate anything for the process of how you select them and advertise. So direction, I think staff in our office would need tonight is just what you prefer to do in process. And Sarah emailed you all some options of what some other municipalities do.
Yes. Yes, and having read that, I think we should have an application process, as the mayor said, where in qualifications are offered to us, and then we have there should be a process by attorneys to make sure that each of the applicants is eligible, and then we would vet them the way we do other positions in boards and committees.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, yeah, I'm fine with that, and advertise it, application's fine. I just think that we should set a cutoff for receipt of the applications. I know there's not a lot of time, but we want to make sure that we can review those in advance of the 28th so that we can truly move forward on the 28th and get the seat filled as quickly as possible. Is there a proposal on when that cutoff for applications would be? Since we're not meeting again, I just think it's important we do discuss this.
A month normally, isn't it, right? But
That's
like for the
because they
village
haul.
manager position, it was rather tight. I think it was 7 days or something like
Okay,
that.
yeah, we need to do
Or
something.
the
like
interim
that.
village manager position, rather.
Okay,
Through the
so-
chair, Madam Clerk, are you in a position to quickly roll out an application? Just like, is that something that can happen tomorrow, for instance, or is that something you need time on? What's your timing on that?
With sufficient direction today, I can get that posted tomorrow afternoon. I just wanted to ask if there are any specific questions
That's
that you'd
what I
like to
said.
include in that document.
Like a 1-year residency?
Well,
You guys agree
That's-
with
6
that?
months is right now for an elected
I-
official.
I know, but this is an appointment.
That's a legal question. Can you be more stringent than what the charter allows for this moment?
So, Madam Mayor, I think the charter has a 6-month residency requirement,
Yeah.
but I think that
That's for an
the questions that we ask in our normal board and committee approval process, I think are fairly standard questions, which I would just use those same questions for an applicant.
Okay.
To make it simpler on the clerk. If this were to go out tomorrow or Friday.
You have to ask questions other than just getting a resume and figure it out.
Well, but wouldn't that be when you're interviewing them, or when you are vetting the applications, that's when you'd ask the questions?
Because the questions are not that telling or anything.
No.
Like, why do you want to be on this committee, or?
I think you'd have to call them the way you do when you're going through a board selection
That was
process.
my point about not using the form of a board and, the same format of the board thing.
Well, you get good information about whether or not they are qualified, and whether they're willing to. It asks a question
Okay.
about sunshine
That's
law.
fine. I don't want to get tied up on those kind of details. If you guys are happy with that, that's fine.
I would just add that perhaps there needs to be a letter of interest that accompanies what comes with the application. A letter of interest followed by
a resume.
Yeah. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know that it needs
Okay.
to be that more difficult.
Yeah, right. We don't have to make it really difficult.
Okay.
So it seems like we have consensus with
And with
letter
the-
of interest, that board
Yeah,
letter,
decided to-
which should include a resume.
And through the chair, would we make the cutoff Friday the 23rd?
I'm trying to find a calendar. How far is that? Okay, today is the 14th.
That'd be about,
That'd give them more than a week. That'd give them a little over a week.
Correct.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
and then
7,
still gives
8,
the council some days
That's
to
10
review.
days.
And I also want the council, through the chair, to consider that, to give you, the council, sufficient time to review those applications. So if the meeting, the appointment, the tentative appointment date is the 28th, you typically have an agenda packet about 6 days before the meeting, which is the 22nd. That gives you enough time to review the applications and, think of possible questions that you want to propose. So keeping that in mind, do you want to cut it off a week from today, or perhaps no later than the 22nd? Maybe I can post that Friday, the 23rd.
Well, let's push it, no, like the 22nd, 23rd, to give people some time, So 22nd, if that's the best we could do.
Okay, so then posting them the next day, Friday, the 23rd.
And what will we do, interviews on the phone or public interviews? What we decide?
I think
We'll just
interviews
do
would be
that.
at the will of the council members themselves. If they
So
want to
we'll do
call
that
the
in
applicants
behind.
themselves, that's up to.
Okay, so we'll do that behind the scene if we want to. Okay. Legal, anything that we are not considering?
No, nothing further. It's just I know you just spoke about doing private interviews, but if you want to give any direction about whether or not the applicants can speak at the meeting, you can
Yeah,
decide that
they
the day of.
They
but-
can,
okay.
the day of, yeah.
So maybe they can prepare.
I would suggest that maybe the applicants be granted 3 minutes each at that meeting to speak,
That's fine.
up to 3 minutes to speak if they want to be.
Is that enough? I think we can be a
Would you
little
like 5
more
minutes?
generous. Yeah, 5, yeah.
I'm fine with 5. I mean, it's important enough, decision to,
Yeah, I think we should.
Well, we already talked to them on the phone. Okay,
So-
I don't want to get caught up in the details. I'm just glad it's happening.
I think,
Okay,
sorry,
5
through the
minutes.
chair, I just want to make sure, because you don't have a meeting until then, and
Right.
so I can't poll
Right,
individual
exactly.
members. The method of appointment, voice vote versus casting electronic ballots.
I would be in favor of voice vote, not the electronic
Okay,
ballots.
Same here. I
Okay,
don't care.
perfect.
Okay.
Any other considerations?
Just to keep in mind, they have to be a registered voter, so
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
But we can.
But you're going to have that in your advertisement.
Right.
those
I-
things.
Attorney's office and clerk's office will get
Okay.
together on that.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Because we won't be back
In-
together.
Include me if you, excuse me, Chair.
Who are you?
Madam Chair.
Who are you?
Include me if you would like to. After all, I've been in 2 of these processes before.
Absolutely.
So
Just
is there
saying.
anything we should consider that?
No, I'm just saying I'm here volunteering my expertise as your village manager.
I just
Having
don't want us
seen
to
these
miss
processes
anything
before.
in this hurry tonight because we won't get back together. So we're good. Okay. Is there a motion to, is all business finished? Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Okay. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.